waste my life. I don't wanna waste my life. Living in this world.
On the beats.
It's just some things, there's no going back. You know what I'm saying?
jwoodbeats.com.
Yeah. I'm not the one with the issues. I hear you. Now here is your tissue. If I'm moving too fast, I might have to dismiss you. And it's really too bad, cause I really will miss you. But I'm not the one with the issues. I left him at church when I made it official. I murdered the curse with my own benediction. Left God in the dirt, call it death of the fiction. Superstition will be served an eviction. Competition will be left in the ditch. Oh my God, it's too damn hot in this kitchen. The fishes of men are now swimming with fishes. Oops, my bad, I guess I'm moving too vicious. Verses sold, I gotta put them on your wish list. Bless my soul, cause I'm dodging your little hit list. I guess you know, you just lost another witness. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go right now. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go, I'm out of here. I can do anything, fuck your opinions and energy. I finally got the epitome, my biggest hindrance was God can't do nothing but fail. Greater is me, I never needed your deity. All of this human capacity, when it gets rough, I can pick myself up and prevail. Cause I don't need anything other than people who fuck with me. Good business, it starts with good company. That's why your boy is obsessed with community. Cause greater is we. We can create opportunity. Doing what God never did, cause a God never could. But a people is all we need. Gotta let it go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go, yeah. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go right now.
And we are back with another video today. This one I want to add to the Conditions and Things series. Before I jump in, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, consider joining one of our community entry points. And of course, check out our merch because, hey, we have merch. And then also there's something else. Consider volunteering. We need your help. No, I really, really need your help. I want to be able to keep up speed. I want to be able to keep up momentum, but this is not stuff that I could manage by myself. And this is the second video I've recorded today, and I'm just now realizing that my jacket and an empty box are somewhere back there behind me. Actually, there's two empty boxes. Let's play Where's Waldo? Okay, so let's kind of jump into what today's conversation is about, or this video's conversation is about. And that is respect, right? I grew up hearing it. Respect your elders, respect your parents, respect those who have rule over you. That's a scripture. Respect those in authority. That's also a scripture. And so respect, which actually, as a respectable person, I am not against respect in any shape, form, or fashion, but I do have some thoughts about it, you know. Growing up, I definitely heard it a lot, and I'm sure some of you did as well. And my problem isn't necessarily with respect, but it's often how the way respect and disrespect are interpreted in many communities and in many households, especially as I've been rethinking or revisiting rather some of the things that were common in my childhood. Now, some of you that know a little bit about my story, you know that I grew up in somewhat, well, not even somewhat, quite an abusive situation. So it's not those things that I'm necessarily talking about, but it's the things that I guess are kind of a part of those things at the same time. So let's just kind of jump into it. The problem comes in the way that we define respect. So in my household, or in many households that I was a part of, I guess that's why I'm so opinionated, because it wasn't just one household. The thing is, when you're growing up as an orphan, you get to live in a lot of different houses and you get to see a lot of different things. And after a while, it's almost impossible not to recognize the common patterns that emerges. And one of those patterns is in the way that one of the things that they all seem to have in common are Bible believers. And so the one thing that a lot of Bible believing households have in common is the way they define respect. So one of the ways that I saw respect being defined is not questioning. Don't question me. If you're questioning me, you're disrespecting me. Who is this disrespectful child asking me questions? Why are you asking me why? Why are you asking me all of these questions? That, that, that is a bad way to interpret respect or disrespect. Another one was not talking back. Like, how do you have a conversation if someone doesn't talk back to you? Let me take a little rabbit trail. Well, it's not a rabbit trail, it's relevant. There was a time when our youngest children, our youngest children, they got into something in the refrigerator. I remember what it was, but I don't want to ruin the story. But they had got into something and they came outside. We were doing like a bonfire in the backyard. And they came outside and they had this dark red stuff all over their shirts. And as a parent, I'm immediately freaking out because I'm like, holy crap, why are my children covered in blood? Right. I'm thinking that maybe they've done something, maybe they've got into something, maybe one of them has a busted lip. My youngest daughter, she has nosebleeds sometimes. So I'm thinking maybe she had a nosebleed. And I'm like, what is this? What's going on? And so I'm inspecting their shirts, and both of them are covered with this deep, dark brown, red. And then I said, what is this? And he says, well, it's chocolate pudding. And I'm like, what? Wait a minute. Who told you to get in the chocolate pudding? And they had to be around maybe 6 or 7 at this time. And my youngest son looked at me dead in the eye, just as genuine as possible, and says, my mind. I couldn't even be mad at that. You know what I'm saying? But I do remember that if I would have responded the same way as a child in several different households, I would have either been slapped in the mouth, punched in the throat, pushed to the floor, called names, called disrespectful, just a whole bunch of things. And for my son, I appreciated it. I appreciated my children being able to answer the question. So how else do we have conversations unless we allow people to talk back? So, and then you think that just applies to children, but when people define respect and disrespect by such parameters, they tend to take those things into the way they deal with other adults. Many of you have worked with people, on your jobs or in your careers, who felt the same way about questioning and talking back. You've worked for some supervisors and managers who didn't like to be questioned. I consider that a issue of insecurity and immaturity, and neither one am I a fan of. Right? So, and just for those of you who do, have to deal with some of these things on your job, I always remind people, regardless of what my level is in a company, I don't work for anybody but me. I work with you, not for you. Keep that in mind, you know. And so, that's just me. That's good old jolly serious me. I can go from reading Rainbow to Rick Ross in 5 seconds. Huh. So another thing, believing everything they say. There are many communities there are many households, there are many parents, elders, authorities, sometimes even cops. Ooh, I should have did that with the nine, because that is a pattern that you see in cops quite frequently in the South, particularly when you are a black man that is articulate. Yes. Well, you can be a black man who's not articulate in this country and still run into problems. It just doesn't matter. And the truth of the matter is, because I do want to be clear on this, it's not just black people who experience this. It's anybody that police believe that certain police, I don't want to put them all in the same bucket, but it's anybody that certain police believe have no authority, have no power, and have nobody protecting them. It is the same way that it was in school. The kids that get bullied the most are the kids that have nobody protecting them. It's the kids that don't have a big sister and a big brother. It's the kids that don't have a best friend. It's the kids who are not the teachers, who doesn't have a teacher or a coach looking out for them. Those are the people who tend to get the brunt side of our society. And it's largely labeled as, well, it's because they were disrespectful. They didn't know how to respect folk. Isn't that what we say about kids all the time when something horrible happens to a child, such as a child getting gunned down, but they had more respect for their elders? I have a problem with the way that we define respect in this country. So, again, believing everything they say, even when they do something different. And so many people get in trouble. And again, not just kids, but also people in churches when they don't believe what the pastor or the prophet or the evangelist is saying. It's seen as disrespect. I've seen it where people have went over to prophesy to somebody and a person says, well, I'm upset and say, you're disrespecting me and you're disrespecting the anointing on my life. Hallelujah. And they get all deep into it. But no, this is a poor definition and a poor demonstration of respect and disrespect. And then here's another one: calling them out on their inconsistency or insufficiency. That's considered disrespectful by a lot of people. So when someone says, oh, I did this, and no, you didn't. When someone says, oh, I was consistent in this, and no, you weren't. When someone said, I did everything I was supposed to, and no, you didn't do anything that you were supposed to. If someone else calls that out in many communities, such as mine, that was considered disrespectful. Children literally couldn't communicate when their needs weren't being met. Children literally couldn't communicate when their emotional needs weren't being met, when they felt psychologically unsafe. They couldn't say any of those things because any form of speaking truth to power, any form of calling out somebody on their inconsistency and insufficiency, as long as that person was older than you or had a title, then you could not do that. And what type of damage does that do to a child? A lot. But mind you, people who codify these type of beliefs don't just hold these beliefs against children. Then those people who become adults and who have titles also think that other people should show them this form of respect. I think this leads to a massive amount of social disunity. It is really a threat to any type of social cohesion, because now anytime someone disagrees with you, you're going to think they're disrespecting you. Or anytime someone questions you about something, you're going to think they're disrespecting you. Or if anytime somebody doesn't believe what you say right off bat, you're going to think they're disrespecting you. And anytime someone is calling you out on your inconsistency or insufficiency, you're going to think they're disrespecting you, which ultimately creates a world where nobody can critically engage who you are. You know, this creates an environment where people who didn't patience on respect. Number one, respect is not submission. I don't have to submit to you to respect you. So respect is not submitting myself to you. Respect is also not loyalty. They're two different words. Words have meaning. I don't have to be loyal to you to respect you. And respect is not obedience, which is a lot of ways the ways that it comes off. If you didn't obey me, then you're being disrespectful. Yikes, you're always going to be disappointed with me, But, and all of those things, submission, oh man, I don't know. I was about to say all of those things are things that can be, earned, maybe under certain context, submission can be okay. But literally, submission, loyalty, obedience, these are things that have to be earned. They don't, you're not given, and they have to be agreed on by two consenting people. That's my view on everything in the world. My respect is something that I actually freely give. My version of respect is not something that has to be earned. No one has to earn my respect. I absolutely treat everybody that I meet with the kindness of strangers, which means I respect literally everybody. Even if I disagree with you, even if I find your views untenable, distasteful, I still respect you. And so, just to be clear, I'd like to give you a definition of that. Respect for me is simply my recognition and admiration of your personal autonomy, and it does not extend beyond that. Everything else must be earned. So, those are my little quick thoughts on respect. I'd love to hear what you thought about it, and wait till you hear what I have to say about forgiveness. All right, thank you all for joining in with me today. Don't forget to like the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel, join one of our membership communities, volunteer in one of our membership communities, because that's what's going to make the difference. And consider checking out our merch. We have some of the dopest merch in the game. Trying to create some FOMO here. Don't be the last one. I'm just playing. But no, check it out. I think you'll actually appreciate some of the things that we have. All right, that's all I have for you for now. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I'll holler at you later. What's up, family? Welcome back to the channel. I have a quick conversation. Well, maybe it'll be quick for you today about something that I've been thinking about over the past week or so, about what for me was just compelling enough evidence that the God of the Bible is not something that I have to worry about in reality, or that Christianity itself is not something that I should even concern myself with. And so I kind of want to share some of those thoughts with you here over the next few minutes. So, of course, before we jump in, if you haven't already, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell. Consider joining our community either on Patreon, Discord, or YouTube right here. And consider volunteering and all of that great stuff. If you need access to those links, I encourage you to go check out any of our Sunday sessions videos, and all of our links will be there. Okay, so let's kind of jump into this. Let me get my little thing set up here so we can just kind of talk through this for a moment. One of the most compelling arguments against the truth claims of Christianity is the observable behavior of both Christians and, by contrast, non-believers. The inconsistency between the expected divine influence on Christians and the actual conduct of both Christians and non-believers raises significant questions about the controlling power attributed to both God and the devil, according to Christian doctrine. So, the first place that I'd kind of like to focus this point in, or hone it in on a little bit, is that Christians are not controlled by God. Just overwhelmingly, I don't think we've ever found one that was controlled by God. Despite the belief that Christians are guided and controlled by an all-powerful and benevolent God, their actions often contradict this expectation. Here's some key behaviors that illustrate this point. Let's start with an easy one: lying. You know, which those are actually, it's so easy to catch a believer lying till it's pathetic, because a major part of their relationship, and this is actually the sad part. I said pathetic, and what I really meant there is empathetic. This is the sad part right here, because for most believers, their entire relationship with God is a lie, one that they have to reinforce by lying to themselves and lying to others. Um, yeah. Number one, like exhibit A, anytime somebody says, God told me to tell you, that's a lie. All right. So, also violence. We've not seen this God do anything to keep his people from committing violence. Christians are not prevented from committing acts of violence. History and current events provide numerous examples of Christians engaging in wars, physical assaults, and other forms of violence. But then there's also manipulation. Manipulative behaviors are not uncommon among Christians, despite teachings that emphasize integrity and respect for others, especially when you actually begin to explore the role of many pastors, bishops, apostles, prophets, evangelists, and teachers. You find quite a bit of manipulative behavior. But then we see this manipulative behavior also overflow into our political candidates, when someone pretends to be a good Bible believing Christian while not even being able to accurately say the scriptures. Very interesting. 2 Chronicles. All right. Yeah, I'm just saying. Also, can't forget this one, colonizing. The history of colonialism is replete with Christian involvement, where the spread of Christianity was often accompanied by the exploitation and oppression of indigenous people. Then, of course, we've seen legislation, where Christians in political power often legislate in ways that do not reflect compassionate or just principles of their faith. Instead, legislation can be biased, discriminatory, and self serving. It's very interesting, isn't it? And by the way, with all of the ugly things that exist in the Bible, and there are quite a few ugly things in the Bible, there are no commands to go out and make other people abide by the laws that you abide by. There are simply commands to separate yourself from those people until you want their land. And then all of a sudden, there's laws about killing them, not about forcing them to abide by your laws, just killing them. Just wanted to point that out. And so the big point here with this one is, from individuals to large groups, Christians are often witnessed behaving in ways that suggest that God is 100% incapable of controlling his own followers, dare I say, children. This raises questions about the supposed transformative power of Christian faith or the divine involvement of any associated deity. Now, for most reasonable people, that would be enough. But see, there's another argument, and this is perhaps the biggest argument and the one that is overlooked. Why many people turn to this faith, why many people turn to the solicitation of salvation, is because they believe that they are incapable of having these things that are apparently only available to those who are in God's will. So the problem with that becomes is that non-believers are not controlled by the devil. So in the same way that Christians are not controlled by, God, non-believers are not controlled by the devil. Contrary to the belief that non-believers are under the influence of the devil and prone to immoral behavior, many non-believers exhibit commendable qualities and contribute positively to society, which means that the devil is just as powerless in his job as God is in his. Here are some positive behaviors commonly observed among non-believers. Number one, charity. We're a charitable group. Non-believers often engage in charitable activities, donating their time, their money, and resources to help those in need. Love. Acts of love and compassion are prevalent among non-believers who build strong, supportive relationships and communities, i.e., Houston Oasis, Sunday Assembly, Recovering from Religion, Freedom from Religion, Black non-believers, the atheist community of Austin. Peace. Many non-believers advocate for and practice peaceful coexistence, often working towards conflict resolution and harmony. I remember talking to a former member of my church after I had deconstructed and deconverted, though I had not shared that little tidbit with them, telling them why I wasn't necessarily comfortable promoting, such and such in a political position. And they said, why? And I was like, just this propensity towards war. It really concerns me. We know a lot more now. I don't know why we're still doing these old things. But her response was, well, God gave the children of Israel position to cause war and to go in and slaughter them all. And again, this is why, if you haven't watched the video I did on Christian nationalism, go watch it. It's kind of baked in. But peace, prosperity, non-believers contribute to economic growth and innovation, helping to create prosperity. and improve the quality of life for many. You'd be surprised how many of people who have contributed to the greatest economic surpluses that we've had historically were non-believers. Equity. The purpose of fairness and justice, or the pursuit of fairness and justice, is a common value among non-believers who often work towards reducing inequality and ensuring equal opportunities for all, which also leads us to diversity. Non-believers typically embrace diversity, fostering inclusive environments that celebrate differences in culture, race, gender, and thought. Well, it actually goes a step beyond that. Not only do non-believers tend to embrace diversity, they tend to champion diversity and inclusivity, specifically in the workplace. You know, so the observable behavior of Christians and non believers challenges the claims of divine control and influence asserted by Christianity or any other type of otherworldly control for that matter. Christians are not immune to unethical behavior, and non believers are not inherently wicked or predisposed to wickedness. The inconsistency calls into question the validity of the core tenets of Christianity regarding divine guidance and control. If, in fact, non believers are capable of having love, peace, prosperity, and being able to love their neighbors without having somebody to have to die on the cross for them to agree to do so, then what need is there for a Holy Spirit or fruits of the Spirit? Because all of these things seem to be just fruit of humanity, of our human existence. It suggests that moral behavior is more likely influenced by human values, societal norms, and individual choices rather than any type of divine intervention. And ultimately, in that with or without religion, people are people. Those are my few minutes. Dang, I got this done in under 10 minutes. Oh, this is going to be great. This might be a quick chat. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But I love you all so much. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that alert notification bell. Please share this video with someone who needs it and make sure to comment on it to keep that algorithm growing. And also, we're always accepting new patrons. Join us over there. I am doing my best to get more and more active. We have some volunteer roles. Go back through the video and get in where you fit in, player. I love y'all so much. Have a great one. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I'll holla. What's up, family, and welcome to another video on my channel. And in this video, I kind of want to tackle the subject of does loving God enable relationship toxicity? And so, of course, before we jump in, I want to remind you to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider hitting that alert notification bell so you can get notified. Think about joining our community either through Patreon or directly through YouTube. And consider volunteering in that community. And we also have really cool merch. So let's jump into this. The topic of this conversation, this discussion, this lecture, if you will, is, I kind of have this thesis or this hypothesis that loving God prepares you to make excuses for relationship toxicity. Let's start by highlighting a few of the unspoken realities that we're creating when we indoctrinate people towards believing that they are in a loving relationship with God. Here are some of the things that we're encouraging them to do. Love someone who will not show themselves to you, no matter how hard you beg. Love someone who will not speak to you. Love someone who will take credit for everything good in your life. Love someone who will verbally and physically torment you for noncompliance. Love someone who will consistently test your love for them. Love someone who insists that you are incapable of love or life without them. Embracing an ideology that conditions people to accept and even rationalize harmful behaviors as part of a divine or loving relationship can have profound implications on their interpersonal relationships.
Here's how such an ideology might lead someone to excuse toxic behaviors in their relationships with others. And be sure that I have quite a few here. The first one is really in the normalization of unhealthy behaviors and the impact that this has on expectation setting. If individuals are taught that love involves enduring hardship, pain, or mistreatment without complaint, they may come to view these experiences as normal aspects of any relationship, not just their spiritual ones. And then even love may be redefined to include suffering and sacrifices in ways that are absolutely unhealthy. This skewed perception can make individuals more likely to tolerate mistreatment from partners, family, or even friends because they sincerely believe that this is what love looks like. But not only do we have the normalization of bad behaviors, we also have the justification of abuse to consider, especially when we consider our own divine justifications. If someone believes that a supreme being tests their love through suffering or hardship, they might also believe that their human loved ones have similar rights to test their love in harsh or abusive ways. Believing that negative treatments are meant to teach or improve them might lead individuals to misinterpret abusive behaviors from others as intended for their benefit or growth, which is a real issue for young ministers. But then there's also the issue of dependency and control that we should consider, especially as it pertains to learned helplessness. Constant exposure to the idea that a person is nothing without a particular figure, whether divine or human, can and in many cases does foster dependency. This can make individuals more susceptible to control and manipulation by others who may claim to know what's best for them or assert that they cannot manage life alone. This also often leads to the fear of abandonment, the fear instilled by the idea that one cannot exist independently might even make individuals cling to relationships, even toxic ones, out of fear of being alone or incapable. But this also impacts or impairs self worth, leading to self esteem issues. Consistently being told that one is inherently unworthy or always in need of guidance can severely impact self esteem. This might make individuals more tolerant of disrespect and abuse as they might feel that they don't even deserve better treatment. And then if sacrifice is glorified as a virtue, people may start seeing their suffering in relationships as a noble and necessary part of loving someone, which can really prevent them from addressing or acknowledging abuse, or even addressing or acknowledging their own needs in a relationship. This often leads to a difficulty in recognizing abuse. Continuous exposure to the idea that love involves significant trial and testing might blur the lines between normal relationship challenges and outright abuse, making it harder for individuals to recognize when they're actually in a harmful situation. Individuals might use their spiritual beliefs to rationalize or excuse the harmful actions of others, believing that these experiences are tests of faith or tests of loyalty. This also obviously will impact decision making. Constant messaging about the virtue of selflessness can lead to prioritizing others' needs to the detriment of one's own well-being, even when the other's party behavior is harmful or exploitative. And believing that one must always show unconditional love might make individuals avoid confronting issues or even asserting boundaries, which is detrimental in any relationship. I think many of us who are on the healthier sides of relationships can look back on our own lives and see that. Understanding and addressing these implications is crucial in helping people foster healthier relationship patterns, encouraging critical thinking about the messages they receive, and their implications can help individuals develop a more balanced view of what healthy love and relationships should look like. Therapy, education, and support groups can be valuable resources for those struggling to disentangle their beliefs from their experiences of abuse or toxicity in relationships. But these were just a few things that were on my mind that I wanted to share, because I think that these are areas that don't often get talked about, and these are damage. This is damage that often gets overlooked. And so I definitely wanted to bring a little bit of something to the conversation. I hope you enjoyed this. Of course, if you did, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, share, engage, all that good stuff. And we have a bunch of good stuff for you in the description. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I'll holler at you later. What's up, family, and welcome back to the channel. About a month ago, actually maybe a little bit longer than a month ago, I started a new segment on the channel called Christians Who Talk to Themselves. Now I did kind of do that tongue in cheek, almost just being petty a little bit, but I did have some real ideas behind that segment, and that is just to really expose how a lot of Christians, especially the ones who jump in my comments, are absolutely incapable of having conversation, which is why I don't engage them in conversation. But also, I do remind people that for me, leaving Christianity was getting up from the children's table. For me to engage Christians in my comments would be like getting back, going back to the children's table. Why would I do that? I don't want that fruit cup. I'm not doing this. I don't want that juice box. No, I'm not here for the yogurt, or the Go-Gurt or whatever else, or the Scooby-Doo, Flintstone, vitamins, whatever. I don't want to be at the children's table, right? So I started this segment to just kind of highlight the behaviors of some Christians, just to kind of remind some of my more faithful subscribers of why I don't engage. And it is a question, and it's a valid question for many people. Well, Darante, why don't you engage with them? Because from my perspective, and I'm not saying this is factual, I'm just saying this is my biased, subjective perspective. From my biased, subjective perspective, these people are 100% delusional. I'm not about to have a conversation with a delusional person. I'm sorry. That's just not who I am. I've done that, for nearly 20, 28 years. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm done with that. That was a waste of my time. So I started this kind of segment to kind of, prop up why I don't do it, just to kind of expose, to highlight, to yeah, highlight is a good word, to highlight some real-time examples of why I don't engage these folks. Well, we're gonna do it again today. We're gonna run it back, we have another one. But before we do, if you haven't already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, consider joining our community, consider volunteering for our community, even consider financially supporting this little community of ours, and check out our merch because we have some of the dopest merch in the game. And one day you're gonna see me wearing some of it. Okay, so boy, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies is computer programming. So what I decided to do was to create a bot on my channel. This bot only responds to flagged accounts, which means my bot searches my comments pretty much all day. And anytime there's a person who has already been flagged with trollish tendencies, the bot automatically responds to their comments with "poor fella." I know. I thought it was kind of neat. Um, Now, the bot is not perfect. So some of you out there who likely had some decent comments, nice comments, maybe even loving comments, you may have once or twice inadvertently got a "poor fella." You know, I'm working on the bot. We're teaching him. We're raising him up, train him up in the way that he should go, and in the end, he won't depart from it.
But I put this to kind of take out to kind of save me time. Because I am fairly engaging in my comments, which means, obviously I'm not going to really have a lot of long conversations because life is busy. And I do get a lot of comments, and I try to respond to all of my comments, especially those who are commenting in good faith. So, and that does take up a considerable amount of time. Once I realized that there were also a bunch of trolls in the comments, and I was like, well, I still want to be committed to responding to them too. But at the same token, I don't have the bandwidth to respond to ridiculousness over and over again. So I created a bot who could do it for me. The bot measures the comments, checks the commenter, sees if this person is flagged, also does, oh man, I can't think of the word right now. But it also has a way to sentiment. It also measures the sentiment of the comment. And especially if it's a person who's not already been flagged, it measures the sentiment of the comment and then alerts me if it thinks that the comment is negative and whether or not this person needs to be flagged. Okay. So if the person needs to be flagged, okay, I'll get the alert. I'll look at the comment. I will determine if I agree with its sentiment measurement, negative, positive, whatever. If it is negative, I will go ahead and agree to flag the account. Now, after I've agreed to flag the account, the bot then, without any intervention from me, will now know anytime this subscriber comments, respond, poor fellow. Yeah, respond, poor fellow. It still measures sentiment with each time, just in case someone who started as a troll somehow gets saved by the content and comes to the light of critical thinking and put something positive on there, then my bot will try to catch that. And before responding, poor fellow, will try to send me an alert to see if this person still needs to be flagged or if they can be temporarily removed from the flag. All right. So obviously, this saves me a little time by me not having to engage those negative comments at all. And let me take that a step further. It doesn't just save me time; it also protects my mental space. Um, yeah, if y'all have been with me in some of the Sunday sessions, you know that I'm not the type of person who likes engaging um, with things that are contrarian just for the hell of it. That's just kind of a waste of my time. And after over 2 decades being a Christian, I really don't have any more time to waste. So every now and then, you get these believers who jump in my comments and have full on arguments with these bots. These bots who I remind you, or this bot who I remind you is only saying 2 words over and over and over again. Poor fella. The amount of Christians who get in my comments and argue with a bot would be hilarious if it wasn't indicative of a greater societal issue. Number one, recognizing when you're not in a real fucking conversation. Number two, recognizing when someone's literally not interested in engaging you. And some of you can probably remember when I first started sharing content on the channel, I used to be very clear about that. I was very vocal, very verbal, audible, even letting people know that, listen, if you are a believer, I have no interest in engaging you. There are plenty of atheists out here who want to. There are plenty of atheists out here who want to debate you. There are plenty of atheists out here who want to get in a conversation with you so they can call out your fallacies and so they can call out your delusions. I don't have that need. I'd much prefer to stand on the other side of the street and point and laugh. Sorry. No, but I do kind of mean that. I think delusional people should be treated as delusional people, as a warning to other people that shit is delusional. Otherwise, we continue to reinforce these societal ideas that this type of behavior is acceptable. And I want you to understand that, or at least, I don't give a damn if you understand or not. That's not my goal. But my understanding is that these behaviors are harmful, and not only harmful, man, they're indicative of greater issues. You know, we wonder why we have so many issues with things like toxic masculinity. And in these cases, you're literally telling somebody, "Hey, I'm not interested in a conversation with you," and they're trying to force you into the conversation. You know, there's an R word for that. I'll let you think through it. So we got a new one. We got a live one. Um, Poor buddy calls himself I'm a witness too. He's a witness too. All right. And so he's our troll of the week, troll of the month. He is our Christian who could not recognize that he was talking to himself. How appropriate that there's a Christian who has demonstrated for all of us that he doesn't know the difference between talking to someone and talking to his damn self. How appropriate. So every time he says he's talking to God, I think we probably want to question it because this brother doesn't recognize when he's talking to himself. All right, so let's read what I'm a witness to has to say, and then we'll jump up out of here. I'm a witness to says, and by the way, this is a response to my recent video on Christianity is not monotheistic. He says, that's what you say when you want them to sound like one person. He put that in quotation marks. I reckon he's trying to quote me. He says, you must have meant one being, not one person, right? Earlier, you said Yahweh is three different personalities. Are they different or distinct? Okay. I know some of you would say, oh no, this is a harmless question. When my bot sent me the alert, because this was a new commenter, when my bot sent me the alert, I immediately recognized that this is not in good faith. This is not a conversation that I want to entertain. And let me kind of walk you through my thinking there. Um, you must have meant that's the first red flag for me. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I must have meant? You know what I'm saying? Like here are things that slow people don't get, that some of us get very quickly, is that you may not know you don't know me, but I know you don't know me. You know what I'm saying? And so to make a statement such as you must have meant is a statement that requires some type of pre-existing knowledge of the person that you're talking to, and you have none. So you must have meant one being, not one person. No, sir, I meant what the fuck I said. So that was my first clue, and then right, which is like insisting that I must have meant it some way that they understand it. Well, see, that's something that children do. When children are incapable of understanding a complex subject or even a contrary subject, what they do is they conform that subject to their understanding. So everybody else is wrong, I'm right. I don't engage children in that way. Earlier, you said Yahweh, he kept the vowels out, so that already tells me a little something about his belief system, is three different personalities. Okay, so let's walk this back now. You must have meant one being, not one person. You said earlier Yahweh is three different personalities. See, this person's statement so far is completely incongruent. Now, just because this person doesn't realize that doesn't mean I have to not realize that. No, I'm sorry, but it's clear to me that this person is one crayon short of a Crayola box. Okay. Um, personalities, and then here it is. Are they different or are they distinct? All right, so there's some problems here. I pointed out some of the most obvious ones, but I want to point out some that other people wouldn't even, well, some people would. Yeah, actually, I got a handful of people who'd call out this bullshit immediately. You must have meant one being, not one person. Please explain the difference. And when I say the difference, I mean the difference in context. How does changing the word from being to person change the context at all? If it is two beings, it is still not one being, therefore not monotheistic. Hello. Oh my goodness. And just to be clear, person is a word that is typically referenced for or isolated to humans. But hey, are they different or are they distinct? Now, I thought I was tripping here. I thought I was tripping because I'm like, there's no way this person could be this slow. I'm like, no, I have to be tripping because he literally said, are they different or are they distinct? As if he's making some type of point. Like, oh my goodness. So I did something that most Christians seem to be incapable of doing. I petitioned Google, the original capital G. Different means something is not the same kind or is partly or totally unlike. Distinct means something is different in a way that can be seen, heard, smelled, or felt, or is noticeably different. So again, just like the use of the word, is it a being or is it a person? Is it different or is it distinct? Questions like this only demonstrate that the person you're talking to is incapable of understanding. Why would I engage that? All right. We'll continue a little bit because that was the first comment. So I get that little alert and I respond, oh yeah, definitely a troll. And so my bot goes at it. My bot says, poor fella. The Christian, which typically the first time they're not going to get it, right? They're not going to recognize that this is not a conversation going anywhere unless they had actually maybe done some due diligence and watched a few of my videos before they commented. But, due diligence is not something that is accustomed to believers. So he responds, great response. My bot responds, poor fella. And then one of my favorite subscribers says DaranteLaMar more like a delusional fella, and he's talking about the other guy. So obviously that gets a love for me because I do love it when my when my subscribers do jump in and engage these people because hey, they have time for it and they want the smoke, so go for it. So he says, DaranteLaMar, I asked a serious question. The serious question he's talking about is the question that we just dissected and determined that is not actually a question at all. It's just a bunch of words he put together, and apparently he's not smart enough to know better. But he said he asked a serious question. See, just because you say it's a serious question doesn't mean it's actually a serious question. In the same way, in the same way that just because you say that God is real doesn't mean that God is real. What people don't understand about believers and why I am so resistant to engaging many of them is because most of them believe that you can call those things that be not as though they were, which means they absolutely know most times that what they're saying are not in alignment with reality and they don't care. Many of these people are delusional on purpose. He said, did you misspeak or was that what you meant? What I said was what I meant. The God which, okay, let's see here. This one, okay. Hey there. Listen, I am sorry to be interrupting your viewing experience at this moment, but as you can tell, we're experimenting on this channel. We're experimenting rather with launching our 24/7 stream of content on this channel. And right now, you're one of the first people to see what we're trying out here. We would love to see your feedback in the comments as well as in the chats, but definitely in the comments of this video, because after this stream goes dark, it's after this stream goes off, it's going dark until we run the next one, because that's our experiment. Now, let me tell you why we're doing this. We're doing this because we've been looking at how our YouTube channel has been growing, and we've been noticing that we have more and more people who are on different continents that are tuning into this channel. However, the times that we typically go live and the times that we typically drop content is not optimized for those people to see. So they're having to fight through the muck to get to our content. Us streaming our content 24/7 allows people all across the globe to be able to access this content anytime they want to, and allows more and more people to find this channel so that we can continue to do the work of building community, becoming a better way to connect for humans all across the globe. So I am so excited that you're actually watching this experimental stream right now. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. I hope you're seeing some content on here that is bringing some value to your life, and I want you to continue enjoying. So, with that being said, I'm going to hush and I'm going to get out the way. But the last thing I do want to say is please don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and please don't forget to leave a comment. That's how we will know if this experiment is working or not. All right, back to regularly scheduled programming. Okay, I was just making sure it wasn't long. The God which Christians present is the Trinity. Number one, all Christians do not believe in the Trinity. Some Christians believe in a triune God. Some Christians believe that these are three different people altogether. Christians are not monolithic, nor are they monotheistic. So anytime a Christian decides to speak for all Christians, I already know where the intellectual bar hangs for this person, and I am uninterested in having that conversation. Trinity isn't three persons in one person, because such would be a contradiction. Again, I don't think this person knows what contradiction means. That's not an appropriate use of that word. Three persons in one person would not be a contradiction. Contradicting to what? All right, so it's presented as one being, three persons. Fact number two, it's not presented at all. The Trinity does not exist in Scripture. The word Trinity does not appear. It is a concept that was created long after. All right. They aren't different, but rather distinct. We've Googled the definitions of those words due to the fact that they possess the same being. They possess the same being, or are they possessed by the same being? Very interesting. Could you clarify if you smoke? Sorry, I do smoke. But could you clarify if you misspoke or if that was what you meant? I said it. It's what I meant. So here's this other thing that I want to highlight about believers. And it's not even just believers. There are many people in the secular community who do this as well. And I give them a royal fuck you as well. He says, could you clarify if you misspoke or if that's what you meant? What he's saying is, I just can't stomach the fact that somebody else has an opinion or a conclusion that's different from mine. Can you please make me feel better by telling me you think exactly what I think and tell me that you accidentally said that? This is a fucking child. I don't engage conversations with people such as this. And so then he asked my my other subscriber, can you answer my question? Because he's a fucking kid. He's like a kid. Someone, please answer my question. Mommy, daddy, please help. You know, I know you guys are seeing another side of me right now, but honestly, stuff like this is sickening to me. And this is why I expose it. And so he continues. DaranteLaMar, well, it appears you won't clarify what you said. It's too bad. I figured that you would at least have class and dignity. Apparently, you're no different than the others. Proverbs 18:17 ESV, you know, because magic. And so he said, I won't clarify what he said, and that's sad. So watch this. Because I will not engage a conversation with an absolute random fucking stranger on my YouTube page,
I have no class and dignity. Thankfully, I consider this person to be delusional and don't hold any of their words with a grain of salt. This is actually my first time reading through this, and it's kind of funny. All right, so can you imagine how I responded to that? Poor fella. That I love the bot, right? So he gives me some more magical spells. He quotes from Proverbs 13:6. Let's quote magic. Every prudent man acts with knowledge, but a fool flaunts his folly. Isn't that so appropriate? Isn't that so appropriate for I'm a witness to? Every prudent man acts with knowledge. Let me give you an example of a prudent man acting with knowledge. A prudent man realizes when a conversation is a dead end. He realizes well in advance, before even engaging the conversation, that this conversation is going to be a dead end. And a prudent man finds a way to engage that conversation for the sake of the algorithm without having to engage the conversation at all. A prudent man goes and develops a bot and assigns that bot to handle those tasks for the sake of the algorithm. Thank you for that little Bible study lesson. I'm a witness too. But a fool flaunts his folly. I'm a witness. You're not listening to your magical words, buddy. So my bot responds, poor fella. All right. I'm a witness is really getting it now because guess what he does? He responds, poor fella. And guess what? It continues like that. Poor fella, poor fella, poor fella. He's going back and forth with a bot. All right. And then I think Hambone said something to him, but for some reason YouTube sometimes hides comments. And then he responds to Hambone, he can't. He's too arrogant to answer questions or bother with dealing with critique. Oh no, poor soul. This isn't critique. No, no. And just like let's put some things in context here, right? I'm an author. I write books. Other authors do the same. Books get reviewed and critiqued all the time. How many authors do you see going into their review section and arguing with the people who had a critique? See, here's the thing. When you truly respect critique, you don't have to have a comeback for it. What you're wanting is not for me to accept your critique. What you're wanting for me to do is to argue with you. And unfortunately, I don't have the time for that. And that argument, here's something that I know that you don't know I'm a witness to, is that arguing with you won't do a damn thing for my life. And while you may be accustomed to wasting your time and doing things that are not beneficial for you, I am not. Okay, so it has nothing to do with arrogance, which that doesn't bother me. You can literally call me any name in the world. It won't bother me. But every Christian resorts to this. Every Christian in my comments who do not get the response that they want, they always subject themselves to denigrative behavior. Oh, you don't have any class. Oh, you don't have any dignity. Oh, you're arrogant. I would be offended if I didn't think you were delusional. And actually, truth be told, even if I did, think that you were sane in the mind, I still wouldn't be offended because your words mean absolutely shit to me. I don't believe in magical words anymore. So nobody's words have any control over me. Point blank, period. Positive, negative. Nope. Actually, I wrote a song a few years ago thinking about producing it as a country song, but it's called I Can Do Proud All on My Own. It's like I don't really need congratulations. I don't need so proud you made it. I don't need any of that. I can do proud all on my own. So if you're gonna be something, I'd prefer to have cooperation than congratulations and sentiment and stuff like that. All right, so that was my little rabbit trail. Big point there is that words don't bother me. one way or another. Their words. So and then he responds to me again, poor fella. We're going back and forth that or to the bot. And then he responds to Hambone apparently, and then does the Proverbs magical scripture again. Oh, and then he adds another one. The one who states his case first seems right until the other comes and examines him. Again, magical words. The thing that the sad thing is here that the only thing that what he doesn't realize that he's demonstrating to those of us who are sane is that you lock yourself into whatever's written in this book. And like, why would you quote scripture to an atheist who has a whole channel filled with content of saying that he has absolutely no respect or regard for scripture? Why would you think that scripture would do anything? Again, delusional. All right. And I make no apologies about saying that. Delusion is delusion. Call a spade a fucking spade. So poor fella, poor fella, poor fella, poor fella, poor fella, poor fella. 19 minutes ago, poor fella. And if I refresh the page, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a comment from my bot that says, poor fella. This Christian is literally talking to himself and doesn't realize it. He believes that he is having a conversation with a person. Like I said, this would be funny if this wasn't sad, because he is not alone. There are plenty of more who are like this. People who can't take no for an answer. People who cannot respect the fact that somebody else has a different worldview than they do. People who feel like it is absolutely necessary to harass anybody who feels differently than they do. And that is what I consider that. Harassment. That's why I don't engage. I don't engage with people like that. Nor will I ever, because it is a waste of my fucking time. But to make a video out of it, share a little bit about it on the channel, might actually help the algorithm. So if you enjoyed this, please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, and consider joining our wonderfully loving community. Aren't we so loving? But yes, this is love. Believe it or not, this is definitely an act of love. I love the world so much. For Darante so loved the world that he calls out bullshit when he sees it. All right, y'all. I'll holler at you later. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I'll holler at you later. What's up, community? I wanted to drop in today for a quick moment and add on to this series that we've been in called Permission to Think. And in this series, I'm just kind of sharing a few things from my own experience and how my journey in atheism has been exactly that. It's been a journey that's been a permission to think, a permission to critically engage my life in the world around me. And so far, we've talked about my physical health, physical transformation of going from over 580 pounds to now right at 200 pounds. We've talked about somewhat of a financial transformation, just deeply steeped in some superstitions that I had, not necessarily religious, but some definitely so. But superstitions that I had about the world, and was able to transform and continue to transform my financial life. But on this one, I want to talk about how atheism actually saved my marriage. So before I jump in the statement, before I jump into this conversation, I want to remind you, make sure you like the video. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, this would be a good time to do that. You can also hit the notification bell, and that'll make sure that you get notified. Let's see here. Also, definitely consider joining our Patreon.
Consider joining our YouTube membership community, and don't forget to comment, engage, share, all of those great things. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Oh yeah, we have merch too. I always forget that. We have merch, and we're looking for help. We are looking for volunteers. Some of you have already started filling out the forms. I'm so grateful for you. We're going to start reaching out to people by the middle of next month. But go ahead and start getting those in now, so we'll know those, as we used to say, who labor among us. All right, so let's kind of jump into this real quick. I want to talk about how atheism saved my marriage, and what I really mean here is how it saved my view on marriage, how it redeemed my view on marriage. So I feel like I have to give some color here for you to understand some concepts of this. Coming to America, the movie by Eddie Murphy, the first one, um, heavily impacted my personal ideology about marriage, in a way that actually created internal conflict between my view of marriage and what the church, or the churches I was a part of, proposed as God's view of marriage. And some of you can, if you've ever seen the movie, you already know which scene I'm talking about. It was this scene in the movie that just made the idea of having a submissive wife seem very foolish. I mean, they did a really good job of showing this idea of submission, at least for me as a child at that time. It was like, oh wow, why would I want that? The central character, Akeem, wanted a wife who was an equal and a partner, and that was kind of the way that was my view of marriage. So there was conflict, from the moment I became a Christian and became married to this idea of marriage. There was a conflict between my view and God's view, and what I realized is that one of these views was outdated and did little to accommodate our elevated understanding of the relationships in deference to some wisdom of an invisible character, while this other view was based on real-time observation and experience with the world and aligned with beneficial outcomes. Atheism gave me the confidence to separate myself from the outdated view and fully embrace the idea of marriage as partnership. That's one of the major contributions my ability to critically think has had on my life. This heavily impacted my life, number one, because hey, I'm married. But this also helps me talk to my children about marriage. It gives me an entirely different and a different perspective that I think is both healthy and helpful. And so, coming to this idea that marriage, was partnership, did several things for me. Number one, marriage was no longer about filling a hole. I completely separated myself from this identity or this idea that somehow I was missing a part of me and marriage would fill that. So this idea of, oh, there's the one, or this idea of this is your missing piece, or this is your missing rib. I, completely separated myself from all of that. And it's like, no, this is a person that I'm doing life with. So I'm no longer looking for somebody to fill a hole in me, which can absolutely lead to very toxic and dependency issues. We'll just leave that there. And then marriage was no longer about sex, because I no longer have this belief that says you have to be married to have sex. So I'm not trying to get legal booty through sex. That's actually a very childish and petty reason to get married. And I don't think I would have ever realized that as a Christian, that like wow, if your driving reason to get married is just to legally, quote unquote, have sex, then you're really robbing yourself of a wonderful opportunity of partnership. But another conversation, right? And marriage was no longer about curing loneliness. It's like, literally, if you see here, marriage all of a sudden gets a purpose that's actually deeper than these shallow, childish things that someone said would be a cure. And I know in a lot of conversations, marriage was presented as this thing that will make you feel better about yourself, or this thing that will love all the things. You're going to find somebody who loves everything that's wrong with you, and some, I don't know. It's just a whole bunch of stuff, and none of it is actually about building a life or moving forward. So for me, marriage was no longer about a cure to loneliness, and for this point, and marriage was no longer about procreation. So it's like you're not just getting married just so you can have kids. It's like, wow, yikes, we've grown since then, and we should probably act like it. So for me, marriage was about partnership after that. It became a commitment to share the burden of doing life together in whatever direction we may ultimately decide to take as a married couple. But either way, we're doing it together. I'm not necessarily, the head of the household, and I make all the decisions, and you're following my lead. Instead, it's more of a situation where we're two equal people in this together, and we're figuring it out together. So, which means that I was actually able to completely freely separate myself from the idea of superstition. And watch this. It wasn't just because I no longer believe. I'm sorry, I said superstition. I meant submission. I was able to completely separate myself from the idea of submission. And the reason I was able to do this was because it wasn't just that I no longer believed in the concept of original sin. It was also that I firmly disagreed with the very premise of original sin. So much so that I determined that even if God confirmed it to me in person, I would still decline any further invitation to dehumanize another human being because of what somebody else may or may not have done 5,000, 6,000 years ago, which would still, even if you said, well, no, what they did was really bad, I still don't care. Like, no, I'm not dehumanizing another human being for that. So, um, for me, marriage now, we're equal partners romantically and professionally. We're both adult human beings and we strive to treat each other as such. We don't submit, we commit, right? We don't submit, we commit. We're committed to each other, our experience together, and the advancement of that experience as we move forward. And it's like not only was I able to separate myself from this idea of original sin, but I was also able to separate myself from this idea that the opposite sex and or that someone of another gender or whatever is less than because they're not a man, or they're not an alpha man, or they're not a prototypical man. All of those things just became superstition and nonsense to me. And so I'm not looking for a partner who's less than me. Why would I choose to marry somebody that I view as less than me? That does not seem as like that's going to lead to healthy places in relationships. And I've seen enough relationships that have done this to tell you that it doesn't. On either side. That's a whole nother conversation, and we'll come to that. But it also broke me away from this idea, which isn't necessarily explicitly stated in any religious text, or maybe it is, but it is accepted by a lot of religious believers, and that is that women are not only somehow less than men, but that women are naturally illogical. That was a superstition that I was no longer willing to participate in. I'm not playing that game. I absolutely believe you're capable of being a logical human being, and I'm gonna treat you such. Why would I birth that type of distrust, in a relationship? Oh, we're equal, but you can't think like I think. Like what? No, that's ridiculous. And so marriage was no longer mysterious for me. That's kind of what critical thinking helped me do. It gets to a place where I separated from a lot of superstitious ideas when it comes to marriage and relationships with people in general, not just romantic relationships, but even familial relationships. But as far as romantic relationships, I know one of the things that I dropped like a bad habit was this idea of five love languages. It's just like, well, wait a minute. One of the most powerful tools of our human species has been language, and the ability to diversify between language. And it has led to such fascinating things as communication and conversation. And so then why would we be in a marriage if something in your marriage is not working the way you want to? Why would you be avoiding using the tool of communication and conversation? So like the only love language your marriage needs is the language that both of you have agreed to speak. And to actually, I think, and I could be wrong about this, but from what I've seen people use love languages to bully each other, to manipulate each other, and to get out of actually communicating. and to get out of actually talking. And there are a lot of nuances and complicated reasons as to that, as to why that happens. It's not always just this person is trying to be a jerk, but sometimes life has been so difficult for another person that verbal communication is very difficult for them. But I think marriage is supposed to be one of those safe places where we can kind of unpack that. And the best way to unpack that is, through conversation and communication. As a matter of fact, the one thing that we all encourage marriages on the brink to do is to go see a therapist. And the one thing that the therapist is going to help you do is talk to each other. So, so in my mind, marriage no longer belonged to the realm of religion or superstition. I was finally free from the shame of having practical reasons for marriage and practical expectations in marriage. And so that was major for me. And so now my wife and I feel like we have a healthy marriage. We have a wonderful marriage. We can talk about things. We can get upset about things. We can tell each other we're upset about things. And there is no idea of like, oh no, you don't love me anymore or anything like that, because we really do the work to kind of pull our marriage up out from our former childish superstitions. And we don't even say that in a way to beat ourselves up. It's just the way, like, no, it's growth. We're growing together. That's one part of the things of doing life together is growing together. So that's my little spiel on how atheism saved my marriage. On this topic, my wife and I actually do have a few passion projects that we've been working on for a little bit over a year, and I've been struggling with this. And so here's another opportunity. I may create a poll and get some questions on this, but I've been struggling. I don't know if we just want to write these as books, like one of these we've already written as a book, if we just want to write them as a book, if we want to turn them into workbooks, if we want to turn them into courses or workshops. We don't really know, but these are passion projects that we already have like built out. Like, it's insane, right? But one is marriage as partnership, which you've heard me mention that concept in this. So we've actually started putting together a book on that and possibly a course on that to kind of give people a new way to approach marriage. But another one is also called the marriage proposal. And this one is where, I actually encourage people, instead of doing the, will you marry me? Hey, let's actually walk through, let's actually put together an actual proposal for this marriage. What does this look like? What will our roles look like if there are roles? Who will have responsibility for what? How are we splitting finances? How are we splitting revenue? What's our profit sharing agreement here? But then not only the small things like that, but like, no, what do we want to do with our lives together? And I'm not nearly suggesting that it always has to be this way or that it always has to be some business centric approach, which is how some people are going to see that. But it was just an idea to help people get really clear on what you're expecting from each other. And it's like, yes, you have absolutely every right in the world to critically engage your relationship and treat it like anything else that you would be serious about. And then also the Great Commission, which is another concept that I kind of mentioned in this video. And that's this idea that submission in a relationship is unhealthy outside of the bedroom. Of course, no, I'm just playing. Well, not playing, but but submission as a concept is very harmful in the context of a relationship. And so instead of doing submission, let's try commission, that we're just committed to each other, committed to hearing each other out, committing to reasoning with each other. And if you can't be committed to hearing this person out, why would you trust them in a relationship as a partner? And that's what I like to remind people. Like, when you choose someone to marry, if you're going to be the marriage type, you're choosing a life partner. So you might want to take that a little seriously. Another one is Love Unplugged, where we're going to deal with a certain number of superstitions that are harmful to relationships. So this is literally love unplugged from these superstitious concepts that still have their roots and stuff like love potions and things of that nature. And someone did mention in my comments that, well, love potions do work because they're aphrodisiacs. An aphrodisiac is not a love potion in any shape, fashion, or form. So again, that stuff like that is just reaching. And then lastly, another passion project that falls into the same line of this one is love for adults only. And in that one, we want to make that one a communicator's guide to mature relationships. And again, that's kind of hitting this concept of, instead of you trying to figure out all of these mysterious love languages, why not use the language you've already spent your whole life learning and is likely a language that your spouse already speaks, and so that you already have some agreement. And then we want to share some exercises and things in that. But anyway, I'd love to hear what you think about that in the comments. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up now. But of course, please do not forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, share, comment, do all of that good stuff, because you know I read them. And then as well, consider joining our Patreon community, our YouTube membership community, and don't just stop there. Consider volunteering to help us really nurture and cultivate the community that is being connected onto this channel. Help us actually listen to what people want. Help us actually build healthy conversations on our online platforms, and help us evolve to that place where we can create some offline resources and offline gatherings for non-believers, skeptics, people who are deconverting, and people who are just trying to figure life out and explore and just do life together. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you so much for your time. And until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. What else you got to lose? All right, welcome back, family. We're doing another TikTok Theology Mastermind review, and this time we're looking at Bishop Jakes. Now, for the Black church, Bishop Jakes is like the godfather, especially in the passing of, was it Charles Blake and Reverend E.V. Hill, who were kind of like the old guard. Which, interestingly enough, it was Carlton Pearson, who's one that pastor that I've mentioned before, who actually kind of brought Jakes to the forefront. Now, Jakes was already kind of doing his thing a little bit, but it was Carlton that brought Jakes to the forefront at the Azusa Street Revival, or the Azusa Revival, which was the remake of the earlier revival that took place, I want to say in the 1900s. Don't quote me on that, though. And I used to actually know all of the names of the people involved with that revival, because it was very important to me for some reason back then. Not so much now, but Bishop Jakes' ministry, T.D. Jakes' ministry, is a ministry that I'm very familiar with. At least two of my mentors were like very close to Bishop Jakes, and one of those was Bishop Eddie Long, and the other one was Apostle Ron Carpenter. And then the other two others of my mentors were connected to Bishop Jakes, just not as closely, and that was Dr. R.A. Vernon and Pastor Mike McClure Jr. So, but I've been following Jakes. I think the first 5 years I was saved, I read a lot of Bishop Jakes books, and I think by the time I was going through college, I stopped reading his books. But just from my perspective, I felt like they were a lot of fluff. And that's not an attack on Bishop Jakes. That's just a lot of the stuff that's in the self-help, that's in the self-help genre. A lot of it is fluff. And not necessarily intentionally so. There's sometimes people there are things that people think are important that are not important. And I don't know if anybody's ever written a book before, but it's really easy to get very repetitive, because a part of it, you feel like you got to fill up the book, right? And so I did read a few of Bishop's books in my later years. I think I read one when I was an atheist, Instinct, and that one I was like, yeah, I'm kind of through with this. But yeah, I've never had any major issues with Bishop Jakes. Of course, people do. Obviously, he's the highlight of a lot of stuff going on right now. But mind you, most of the things that he's being accused of right now, as an atheist, I could just care less about. Those are things that don't really bother me. And a lot of times, again, and y'all have heard me say this, when we critique pastors, we don't all we don't always do an in-depth analysis of what they're actually doing and things of that nature. So interesting thing about Jakes is that he does employ a lot of people, and his ministry does do a lot of outreach, not just here, but also overseas, particularly in Africa. Now, whether that outreach is actually helpful is a whole nother story. But if it's not helpful, it's not because they don't want it to be helpful. At least from my perspective. It's not helpful because they're not critically engaging in what needs to happen. So if you believe that I'm helping you by telling you about Jesus, then you will prioritize the message of Jesus over anything else that will actually be helpful. And you will convince yourself that I am doing something tangible by introducing these people to Jesus, and that's the most important thing. And so, sure, even if we spent millions of dollars on stuff that actually doesn't work, at least it got us over here to tell them about Jesus. And, and that's I'm not going to say all of the financial irresponsibility in church comes from that type of thinking, but a great percentage of financial irresponsibility in church comes from that type of thinking. Even the elaborate salaries that some pastors get, it comes from the believers who have this idea, and I can speak explicitly for the Black church, but you've now seen this crossover into urban churches, period. But there is this idea that my pastor needs to look like he's successful. He needs to look like God's hands are on them. And the hard part about superstitious ideas is that if your whole institution is rooted in superstition, then it really is hard to rationalize why you shouldn't do these superstitious ideas, So just kind of wanted to give that backdrop. Of course, before we jump in, please make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, consider joining our Patreon or our YouTube membership community, check out the merch, and consider volunteering. The email address is dldd.us, and you can fill out a volunteer form there. Just a few days away from starting making our calls to the people who filled out the form. So you got about 5 more days. Get your form in. All right, so let's jump into this. Are y'all ready? Bishop Jakes, let's go.
There is a time after you have suffered a while and cried a while and been empty a while and been plagued a while and been lonely a while and been frustrated a while and been without a while and had to be denied a while.
Let's there's already enough. And the reason I love doing these is because it doesn't take long, right? TikTok is perfect for this. And so, as I've pointed out in every video so far, and mind you, I am randomly picking these videos, right? I'm just typing in the preacher's name in TikTok and then picking whatever videos I can and putting them in a file and then randomly pulling them later on to do these videos. And so I'm not picking these in any type of order, and yet every single one of these that we've dealt with so far, and I want to say this is the 4th one, have dealt with this idea of trauma, of suffering. When you have suffered a while, when you have been through a while, when you have been down a while, ask yourself, and this is kind of where I do want to point out some of the performance, which is beautiful. If we were saying something here that was gonna lead to a better place, then this would be absolutely beautiful. And even still, the performance of it is beautiful. It's what it's doing to people's mind that's troubling. And so you ask yourself, when you're considering this, why is he hitting this point so hard? Why didn't he just say, well, when you've suffered a while, and finish the sentence? Because the performance aspect of this is, the more I say these words, like we used to call this a run in the Black church. This is a run. Literally in my notes, in my preaching notes, when I was the pastor of Kingdom Central, I'd have certain places in my notes where it says, run this, you know what I'm saying? Or preach this, and because I was definitely an urban style preacher, sometimes in my notes, it would literally say, preach the hell out of this, right? So, but these are runs. These are parts in the message where are going to really resonate with the audience, and you probably wouldn't say it like this if you're still a preacher, but it's going to trigger a response, and in this case, an emotional response. There's a movie, I can't remember what it was, but I do know Family Guy picked at this scene as well. What was it? It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault, man. It wasn't your fault, man. It wasn't your fault. And then the more you say that to the person, eventually the person begins to break down and cry. Well, ultimately, this is that same type of practice being used here. I am reinforcing this idea. When you have suffered a while, when you've gone through a while, when you've put up with a bunch of stuff, when you've made it through stuff that nobody else would have made it through, when you've taken off your hat and taken off you just keep running it and you keep running it. And the longer you run it, of course, you don't want to get just foolish with it, but the longer you run it, it's almost like creating a wave at a sports arena, or just a slow build. You remember slow clap? One person starts slow clapping, somebody else starts slow clapping, and then everybody else starts slow clapping. Because much of the church experience, and it isn't just the church experience, this is our concert experience, this is our political experience, this is our entertainment experience, period, is monkey see, monkey do. And so I say it the first time, when you've suffered a while, and maybe that hit about 5% of my audience, when you've gone through enough, and then maybe another 2% of my audience catches in. And when you're tired, and then maybe another 10% of my audience comes in. And by this moment, I have enough of a majority to have velocity in this moment. Now, most pastors are not thinking it through with this type of precision, but that's exactly what's going on. Is you're building up velocity in the moment by, I don't want to use the word manipulating, because this isn't necessarily malicious. Again, a lot of this is learned behavior. I've learned how to get these people to respond to me. I've learned how to give these people what they expect, what they want to get from this service. And that's what many of them want. They want that emotional vulnerability where they feel like they're able to kind of get free of some stuff. Right. But so that's why he's hitting it over and over and over again. In many ways, it's not very different, than a mantra, or a chant. It's just we've learned, which is why sometimes I do laugh at some of my meditating contemporaries who insist that meditation is only done a specific way. I mean, to say that is to completely ignore the neuroplasticity of the mind and the individuality of the individual, And so things are very different. And in many ways, the performance of church has tapped into these things in ways that the doctrine of church has not allowed them to explore. But church is not alone in that. Even entertainers who do the same types of things, stand-up comedians are amazing at this. Sometimes I'd encourage you to watch a few of the younger urban pastors like Michael Todd or somebody, and then watch a black stand-up comedian, and you will begin to see, oh, I see some of this stuff. And so some of this stuff is cultural. And then, to take it a step further, watch the hip hop awards when people are giving their speeches. Right. And then you will begin to notice a lot of those same. I was going to write an article a few months ago about this preacher's growl that is very common in the black churches. Now, it's not restricted to the black churches, but it is very common to the black churches. This kind of this hum, this growl. And what I wanted to do is to help people understand that this growl doesn't exist in a vacuum. It comes out of a cultural practice of animism that had to be kind of reshaped through Christianity because of slavery and colonialism, And so there are people who had to integrate or assimilate African practices into their Christian practices as a way of somehow preserving their heritage. But in this case, with a lot of our churches, a lot of these preachers who are doing this do not have that type of connection with the information to even understand that's how they get it. So it's very much hand-me-down theology, and most of the people who've received that hand-me-down theology has not, done any due diligence here. But I also did want to point out here, again, this is definitely trauma, right? You're preaching to people who are tired of living. You're preaching to people who are having a hard time living. And I remember what it felt like to be in this type of circle where every Sunday this type of preaching resonated with you. And I remember telling somebody who was my worship pastor at that time, this was about 2013, and I was like, hey, I'm kind of tired of this. Like I'm tired of feeling like I can't move forward in life and I can't figure life out. And then I realized like that was the cycle we were in, the cycle that many people are in these urban circles, and they may not be able to articulate it this way, but it is a cycle where you are not good enough, you do not have enough, and if it wasn't for God, you wouldn't even be alive. If it wasn't for God, you would not even make it through stuff. And it sounds so bad or sounds so good because we all want to feel like we are going through the most impossible storm in the world. We all want to feel justified in being afraid of what we're dealing with. We want to feel justified and not dealing with life many times. And this type of preaching kind of does that. Like, no, life is hard. It's really, really hard. That's why you need a God. And unfortunately, that puts people in a place where they start having really unrealistic expectations and therefore unrealistic approaches to life. One of my theories, or one of my hypotheses, is that the more we begin to separate our species from superstition, we're going to see an accelerated increase of problem solving. You know, I think one of the reasons why we still have so many problems, which I don't know if there'll ever be a time when we don't have problems, so please don't take this to mean that's what I'm saying. But I think one of the reasons why we do still have so many problems that perhaps we shouldn't have anymore is because one of the things we don't really realize is that we don't have a lot of people at the table trying to solve the problems. When you look at the amount of people complaining about problems and the amount of people who are actually trying to solve the problems, there is a huge disconnect. And a part of that disconnect is because a major group of our species feels like it is not our obligation or responsibility to solve the problems. You know, and a part of that comes from preaching like this. All right, let's continue.
There is a place that comes along after you've been confused a while, after you've been in anguish a while, after you've been tormented a while. There is a win. There is a time, my brothers and sisters, that God just says enough.
All right. Make sure I stop it because it will keep on playing if I know. All right. So all right. One of the funny parts there, I knew it was going to do that. One of the funny parts there is that he goes into this win. And I don't know if you noticed this, but he forgot what he was saying. He forgot where he was going. And I'm not giving that as a knock. All people do that, you know. So that's not, oh, look at the snake preacher, forgot what he was saying. This is proof that he's a snake. No. I just wanted to call it out, you know, because that's what I do as preachers. But he says, you get to a point where God has said it's enough. That part is definitely problematic, and mind you, I think I did this with the other ones before as well. Mind you, now this clip was likely not uploaded by Bishop Jakes himself. This was likely uploaded by somebody else who just saw this clip and it encouraged them, and that's why we're doing it this way, because most of these clips are shared by people, not these ministries, but people who looked at this and says, yes, this is good for me. Yes, this is what I want, which ultimately a part of the problem with our superstitions is that it does rob us of the ability of actually knowing what is good for us. Because there are many people who will listen to this and say, this is exactly what I needed, when in all reality, nothing that was said in this was anything that you needed. Nothing that was said in this was actually helpful. Literally, I can condense this whole segment down to almost one sentence. When you have suffered enough, God will say enough. That was the whole thing. When you have suffered enough, God will say enough. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, how is that information actually helpful? This is something that I struggled with, especially my last 10 years in the ministry, is realizing that a lot of the stuff we're saying sounds nice as an anecdote, but in all actuality, It really isn't anything. We didn't say anything substantive. We didn't say anything substantial. We didn't say anything significant. We didn't say anything that could actually help somebody. We just lullabied you, rockabye baby, right back into believing that everything is going to be okay and you don't have to do anything to make it okay. Just that good things happening in your life are totally outside of your hands. It's totally in the will of God, totally in the hands of God. And honestly, I believe that for quite a long time in my life, that good things are happening because I please God, And so, this just reminds me of this adage. There's a song we used to sing, and some churches still sing it, by Dottie Peoples. He's an on-time God. Yes, he is. He may not come when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. Well, if you didn't come when I want you, you're not on time. Let's just make that clear. And that it's that same type of life that I see here, is that when you've had enough, God will say enough. But what does that mean? When God says enough, what does that mean? And why has it taken so long for God to say enough? Why did God have to wait for one individual person to have suffered enough to say, okay, enough is enough? Why wasn't the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust, why didn't God step in then and say, okay, enough is enough? Why didn't God step in during the African Holocaust, the Ma'afa, the transatlantic slave trade, the Eastern slave trade through the Muslims? Why didn't God say enough is enough then? The medieval church that was destroyed with hundreds of parishioners on the inside of it praying. Why didn't God say enough is enough then? You know what I'm saying? So this is now tying your expectations into something that has never happened. And that I do find dangerous. Your expectations is tied. Eventually, baby, God is going to say enough is enough. That's like saying eventually, baby, Jesus is going to crack the sky. The people who fall, who believe this type of stuff, because I don't want to just say fall for, because one of the things, and I know this, it may rub some of you the wrong way sometimes, but I'm telling you, my goal is to humanize this stuff. It's for you to understand that, believe it or not, there aren't as many villains out here as we think. They're just a bunch of misguided people. And because some of the people, who we think are just the worst villains, these are people, they believe the same superstitions that their parishioners believe. They just have a greater sense of cognitive dissonance from it, because they have to live a way in order to be successful where they couldn't possibly depend on the stuff that they preach. But in a very patronizing way, which they don't see as patronizing, they believe that these people who come to church don't know any better. And so they can't tell them straight out that, hey, you need to handle your stuff. So these are some of the things that we see here. So this was an interesting one. Hopefully as we move forward, we'll get some better ones with Bishop Jakes, because Jakes is a preaching machine. And I say that, and I'll also say, even when I was a pastor, I didn't like listening to Jake's sermons, not the whole sermons. I'd much rather just listen to his clips. There were certain people I could listen to their whole sermons. Now I can't listen to anybody's sermons, and my wife will testify for this, because for the past 10 years I've tried. I've literally tried, primarily because I was looking for some things, just kind of looking and seeing if urban theology was taking a pivot towards, free thought anytime soon. It's taken a pivot towards people-centric somewhat, but it hasn't taken a pivot towards progressive thinking yet. So a lot of these churches, urban churches, they are absolutely like life affirming in the sense of, if you're gay or whatnot, they don't care. You know what I'm saying? The problem is they're not going to preach it that way. And they're not always going to practice it that way. Some of them will. Now, there are a lot of urban churches out there who have openly gay people on their praise team, openly gay people a part of their ministry, but it's just not a conversation, And I agree that is a step in the right direction, but it's too small of a step, and too short-eyed of a direction. So I think we can do there. But I hope you guys have been able to get something from this. I think that's all I have for now. I do like to try to keep these videos a little shorter, which I say shorter, but this has still been 30 minutes, right? Well, it's under 30 minutes, so that counts. But um, again, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, consider joining our Patreon or our YouTube community program. Also, check out our merch and consider volunteering, dld.us. All right, thank you so much. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful.
What's up, family, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to have an interesting conversation around this idea of the clarity of Christianity. You know, so often you hear people say stuff like the Bible is clear, you know, God is clear. And so I want to kind of challenge that a little bit. Many proponents of Christianity frequently make claims of absolute clarity as it pertains to who God is, what his message is, and what the rest of us should be doing about it. Among these claims are those of absolute morality, the definition of marriage, the purpose of humanity, and even the hopelessness for those who are without God. We're going to critically engage this idea in today's conversation and see how we feel about the presupposed clarity of Christianity. So before we jump into this, go ahead and remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell. Consider joining, supporting our community in whatever way that makes sense for you. And then, of course, check out our merch because it is dope. And I'm not just saying that. It really is. Go look at it. And then you're going to be like, holy crap, this dude wasn't lying. This is some dope merch. All right. So Christianity, one of the world's largest religions, and that's debatable, is often viewed as a beacon of clarity and moral guidance. However, beneath the surface of shared core beliefs lies a complex tapestry of differing doctrines, interpretations, and practices. With over 44,000 different denominations worldwide, varying understandings of Christ, spiritual gifts, and prophecy, one must ask, where exactly is the clarity in Christianity? And so to kind of drive this point home, we're going to start with denominational diversity, right? That's the elephant in the room. It's the obvious one. The existence of more than 44,000 Christian denominations globally highlights significant doctrinal diversity, and Christians seem to be anti-diversity. This fragmentation is not merely a reflection of geographical or cultural differences, but underscores deep theological disagreements that have developed over centuries, from major branches like Roman Catholicism, Orthodoxy, and Protestantism to countless smaller sects. Each group interprets key theological concepts through its own unique lens. This division often stems from differing views on scriptural authority, the role of tradition, church governance, and the interpretation of the Bible itself. But not only are there issues when it comes to just the interpretation of the Bible, there are also issues when it comes to interpretation of Christ. Central to Christianity is the figure of Jesus Christ, yet interpretations of his identity and role vary dramatically among believers. While all Christians agree on Jesus' importance, how they understand his nature and mission can differ drastically. For instance, debates on the nature of Christ's divinity and humanity were so contentious that they led to the early church councils, which aimed to define orthodoxy. Today, these debates persist in discussions over issues such as Christ's presence in the Eucharist, his role in salvation, and his relationship to the Father and the Holy Spirit. Well, even when you speak of the Spirit, you also have to speak of the spiritual gifts. The concept of spiritual gifts, as described in the New Testament, is another area of notable variance among Christians. Some denominations, particularly within Pentecostal and charismatic movements, embrace speaking in tongues, prophecy, and healings as gifts that are actively present in their communities. In contrast, more conservative groups may interpret these gifts as having ceased with the apostolic age or view them in a more symbolic and less literal light. This divergence significantly affects worship practices and the expected outcomes of faith in different communities. Prophecy is yet another theological element interpreted diversely within Christianity. For some, it represents direct divine communication that can predict future events or reveal deep truths. Others see prophecy more as preaching or moral exhortation grounded in wisdom and understanding of the scriptures rather than foretelling future events. This disparity impacts not only personal faith, but also the political and social activism of different groups who may believe they are mandated by prophetic insight to take specific actions. But then there's also variations in different biblical canons. Another significant factor contributing to the lack of clarity within Christianity is the variation in biblical canons across different denominations and branches. The canon of scriptures, which determines which books are included as official and inspired texts, varies markedly among Christian groups. For instance, the Roman Catholic Church includes several deuterocanonical books in the Old Testament that Protestant denominations do not, such as Tobit, Judith, and additional portions of Esther and Daniel. The Orthodox Church recognizes even more text, including 3rd Maccabees, and Psalms 151 as a part of its canon. But even that phrasing is problematic because which Orthodox Church? The Greek one, the Coptic one? There's plenty. These differences are not merely academic, but affect the theology, the liturgy, and daily devotions of believers in each tradition. They underscore a fundamental lack of consensus on what actually constitutes the Bible. Moreover, within the same branches, there can be variations in the editions of the Bible used, which different translations and interpretations that may emphasize or de emphasize certain passages and themes. This divergence raises significant questions about the integrity and uniformity of Christian doctrine, as it is influenced by which texts are considered authoritative and how they are read. Noticeably, not how God clarified it all for his believing children. So, where exactly is the clarity in Christianity? This question becomes particularly pressing when one considers the vast array of denominations and the divergent interpretations of key Christian doctrines, such as the nature of Christ, spiritual gifts, prophecy, and even the biblical canon. Rather than offering a unified voice, Christianity presents a multitude of voices, each proclaiming different absolute truths and paths to salvation that, in their eyes, couldn't be less clear. This fragmentation is a clear challenge to the notion of a clear singular Christianity, suggesting that what is often presented as a monolithic global faith is in reality a complex and varied collection of groups who are united in name only. If these groups were categorized appropriately, Christianity would be rightfully seen as a failure by fracture and fragmentation. The persistent division within Christianity is clear evidence of the absence of any divine intervention to unify, rectify, or clarify. The big point here is that any claim of authority, any claim of clarity in Christianity is just as empty as its claims of providing hope, strength, or any type of relevant insight into the world around us. There is no consensus on God, Jesus, the Spirit, Mary, Moses, or even the message of the book. Beyond that, there's not even consensus on the book itself. These are the things that we have to think about. For those of us who were sincerely engaging this religion as a faith, the diversity of thought and the diversity of belief ends up becoming very perplexing, casting shadows of doubt on the actual clarity and unity. Because let's be clear, like how I did that, if there is no clarity, then there is no unity. Man, that's some good stuff right there. And so I just wanted to have this quick conversation with you all today, and I hope that you've gotten something out of this and that this has, tickled your mind a little bit, giving you something to think about, giving you something to ponder on, and hopefully giving us all something to help make this world a little more people-centric and a little more progressive as we go on. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. If you haven't already, please don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, and consider joining this community in whatever way that makes sense for you. I love you all. I'll holler at you next time. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and if you can, stay beautiful. I'm out of here. What's up, family, and welcome back to the channel for another conversation. And today, I actually want to talk about it and just kind of raise some alarms on how so many of the urban churches are building themselves around trauma bonds. So, in this conversation, I'm going to share some insight and likely share some red flags. And where this comes from is a few months ago on my channel, I started a little mini series called TikTok Theology, where we were going to be exploring the content of little micro sermons that people post or that people share on TikTok, for inspiration. And as we begin to unpack these things, we begin to realize that these things were absolutely anything but inspirational, which happens a lot. So we're going to jump in this conversation. Before we do, you already know the routine. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell. Consider joining our community either on Discord, uh, YouTube membership program, or on Patreon. We'd love to have you. And also check out our merch. It's dope. Also, check out some of the other content that we have on the channel. We have our Sunday sessions that are happening every Sunday. We have Bible study with an ex-pastor that happens every Wednesday, and right now we have a co-host with us for that show, which is Jason Foe from Dragons and Genesis. So we're having an incredible time. Yesterday was the first one that we did, and it was mind-blowingly amazing. So please go check that out. And then we also have the ex-pastor call-in show every first Sunday evening of the month, and that show has also just been absolutely incredible. And every now and then we do group therapy. So just keep a watch out. We're doing our best to build intentional community using this channel as a platform. All right, so let's jump into this conversation. Urban churches, like many communities, can serve as sanctuaries for healing, or regrettably, venues for exploitation. At the heart of some congregation lies a precarious dynamic where trauma bonds become a focal point, not just for shared experience, but for deeper entanglement with the institution. This discussion is critical as it seeks to unveil how trauma bonding can occur within these settings, potentially binding members to the church through their most vulnerable experiences, rather than healthy personal growth or community support. Recognizing these patterns is essential. It not only helps individuals navigate their relationships with these institutions, but also ensures that communities foster supportive, transparent, and ethical environments. As we explore these signs, the aim is not to vilify, but to bring awareness to practices that might hinder personal autonomy and recovery, encouraging communities to foster genuine support systems. So I want to highlight a few ways to recognize if a relationship with the church is actually a trauma bond. And I'm hoping that this information will be helpful for those of you who have family and friends who are still engaged in churches and maybe heavily engaged in urban churches. You might want to check on them. So let's start here. The most obvious one, which is the one that we kind of open this conversation with, is just this the fact that the messages begin to center on trauma, or seem to primarily center on trauma. In many urban churches, the narrative often heavily focuses on trauma, presenting it as a common thread that unites members. And that's not too odd when you think about it, because, um, competitive sports tends to use that motif most often, but they tend to find a healthier way to do it. But it's this idea that we are united together against something. And in this case, the against something is trauma. So sermons might frequently recount tales of personal hardship or traumatic events as a means to connect with the congregation on an emotional level. And while discussing trauma can be a part of a healing process, its overemphasis can also keep individuals locked in a state of victimhood, perpetually reliving their pains for communal bonding rather than developing the tools and skills necessary for actually moving forward. Now, this continuous focus often creates an environment where personal identity and church identity merge into one, defined largely by the trauma bond. These settings struggle to encourage growth beyond the traumatic experiences, as the communal identity becomes anchored to past pains as opposed to personal progress, if that makes any sense. And so, but not only do you just have this messaging that's on trauma, which I've called this out a few times before in other videos, where you're dealing with these situations where where the messages are like, and I went through YouTube recently, just going through some popular churches and seeing what the recent messages were, and it's packed with stuff like surviving the storm, I made it out, I got away, the devil thought he had me, hell had its hand on me, I went through the fire but I don't smell like smoke, and it's all and it sounds incredibly inspirational and motivational when you're on that side of things, but once you begin to realize that, like, holy snap, why is this the curriculum? You know what I'm saying? At some point the curriculum has to evolve if if the curriculum is helpful. The only way the curriculum shouldn't need to evolve is if the program is meant to revolve or somewhat have a revolving door, um, which means people come in and people go out, right? But you don't have that in a church. For the most part, a commitment to a church is somewhat seen as a commitment for life. And so, if you're making this life commitment, and the messaging that you're going to be receiving for the rest of your life is going to be reinforcing this idea that you are in a traumatic experience, then yikes. But even beyond messaging, there's the issue of promises of healing. So church leaders typically position the church as the primary, if not sole, sanctuary for healing. And this oftentimes they go as far as suggesting that spiritual solutions provided by the church are superior to or even more necessary than other forms of psychological or emotional support, typically from professionals. This promise can be alluring, as it is often offers a seemingly easy, structured path to recovery, wrapped in divine assurance. And what I like to add to that is that there is a financial aspect to this too. There's a reason that these type of ministries are more attractive to marginalized groups, because marginalized groups are often dealing with economic challenges, financial challenges. And so when you hear that, oh, $2,000, the $2,000 psychotherapist or psychiatrist or psychologist is actually the devil and God can do it for free, then you do tend to, like, oh yeah, I'm going to gravitate towards the free thing, and then typically when you do gravitate the free thing, you are less concerned with interrogating its efficacy. You're just grateful that it's free, you know um and then again, you kind of just give yourself over to the placebo effect, which I shouldn't have to highlight all the reasons that can be problematic. But obviously, this is absolutely misleading because it discourages seeking comprehensive care, which includes professional therapy. By promoting the church as the ultimate healer, there's a risk of creating a dependency on the institution for emotional well-being, sidelining professional approaches that address trauma scientifically and holistically. And this is a major issue because when you do promote the church as the healer and as something that has superior healing abilities, and transformative capacity, and also at the same time villainize getting professional help, it makes it much more difficult for people who truly do need professional help to even consider it. They're already dealing with the economic barrier of, should I even, take that risk and spend some money and do this? But then that's even further complicated by, oh, will I not be trusting God? Will this mean that I don't have faith? Moving right along, there's also urgency in conversion or recommitment, so always trying to get you back in. Leaders typically will urge immediate commitment or recommitment to the church, framing it as crucial for healing from trauma. The urgency is often presented in a manner that pressures individuals to act quickly, leveraging their vulnerable state to hasten a deepening bond within the church. So you find out someone is going through something especially traumatic, and I've seen people go as far as to say, you need to be at church this Sunday and God is going to do something for you. You know what I'm saying? And it's these type of things. It doesn't seem that insidious when you just, talking about it or when you're experiencing it. But when you actually become acclimated with how help happens, and when I say how help happens, I'm talking about real help, tangible help, sustainable help, duplicable help, if I can say it that way. You know, help that helps. When you find out how help happens, you tend to be more concerned about things that claim to help that actually don't, you know, because then you begin to realize that those things are actually distractions and are keeping people from getting the help that they need. And of course you're wanting them to get the help that they need so that you can live in a world with healthy people. But there's another aspect of that. There's also wanting them to get the help that they need so that they can, live their best lives, whatever the hell that means for them, and as a person who does realize that I share this planet with quite a few other people, I have a preference that other people would be able to have healthy lives, because that's going to make a healthier world for me to live in. That's my selfishness, right? Um, but obviously, tactics like these exploit emotional vulnerability, bypassing rational decision making, and fosters a hasty and often emotionally charged connection to the church. This urgency undermines genuine personal exploration and can tether a person to a church primarily through their trauma and not their faith or community spirit. And that's what you will find when you talk to a lot of people, especially those who are hyper religious. Their their connection to the belief system has nothing to do with theology. It has nothing to do with faith. And most times you're going to hear them say it was an experience that I had, and nobody's going to take this experience from me. And if you ever get the opportunity to truly interrogate that experience, at least 80% of those, I'd be willing to bet, at least 80% of those experiences are going to be experiences that were emotionally charged, with some of this urgency in conversion or commitment. You know, another one that's super popular is testimonies focused on trauma. Testimonials that highlight dramatic deliverance from dire circumstances often play a significant role in these urban church settings, often showcased to illustrate the transformative power of God, the pastor, or even just the power of being connected to the church. There's a popular story about a man who wrote a song called "I Believe You're My Healer." I believe you're my healer. I believe you are all I need. And when he wrote this song, he gave this powerful testimony about God delivering him from cancer or AIDS. It was something really deep, and I mean, people really bought into it, and the song was really popular, and people gave a lot of money because of this testimony, and this God delivered him from the trauma of this deadly disease, and it came out later years that he never had a deadly disease at all. Yeah. you know so and I say that to say these stories often seem genuine and often feel very powerful, but are used strategically to attract and retain members by showcasing extreme examples as common outcomes conveniently without the requirement of interrogation or evidence. And so this focus skews members' expectations and experiences, suggesting that such dramatic changes are the norm. This is who my God is. This is what my God does, rather than an obfuscation of the truth. Now, it may also pressure members to conform to these narratives or embellish their experiences to fit the expected mold, reinforcing the trauma bond. And that very much is what happens. So, using this kind of example, that the real life example that I opened up this part with this guy who claims that God healed him from cancer, and that's why he wrote this song. And then you imagine the emotional attachment that people have with that song, especially after hearing his testimony, seeing him talk about his testimony. And for you, that you haven't been working those cognitive muscles yet, so you still believe that hearing that testimony is evidence that this absolutely happened, because somehow you went through 13 years of public education and still have not learned the lesson that people will lie for attention or acceptance. And even though somehow you haven't consciously came to that conclusion, you will subconsciously do it, which means you'll typically lie for acceptance or for attention. And this becomes very common, not just in church. I mean, let's not play these games. You know, It's you can barely go to a bar without hearing somebody lying. And the only people who don't know when someone else is lying are people who don't know, you know. But it's for people who are in the know. Like if you're fairly knowledgeable about things, it's a little easier to tell when someone is embellishing, lying. And then there's also just there's some logical deviations that you can look out for, which is something that I do kind of specialize in. But the big point is that if you hear this story, you see this story, you attach your belief to this idea that God does heal, and let's just say you got sick, and it wasn't even a major sickness. Let's just say you got flu, and it was a really bad flu, and you were taking some medicine, but you were also singing this song and listening to that testimony, and then you decide to go to church even though you're not feeling that great. But then you get to church, and in the middle of the service, you start feeling a little better, which is possibly a combination of the medicine that you were taking, as well as the social stimulus of what you're experiencing, which is getting you all getting your chemicals fired off in all different types of ways. So you're feeling better. And so now you have no way to verify, prove, or even demonstrate that God has actually done anything in your life, but you are going to be tempted at this moment to give God the glory. Not because, and this is the tricky part, you're not really giving God the glory because you think God is going to give you extra kudos for this. It's the thing, you know that people are going to enjoy hearing you tell this story. You know that they're going to have a very emotional response, and you want that feeling. And one of the things that I did want to start doing in the last few years that I was still operational in church is start creating spaces where people could kind of live in that honesty. Because I did realize that a lot of churches created this atmosphere where people tended to cave to the pressure to pretend. And I find that to be overwhelmingly unhelpful. But that's why I did the video on meditation earlier this week as well, just to kind of help us all start thinking about mindfulness a little more. Because again, the things that I talk about that are happening in the church in many cases are not just happening in the church because so many people have been impacted by the church, because so many of our ideologies have been impacted by religious superstition. Even when we separate from religion, we still have those superstitions, because again, as I've pointed out several times, religions didn't make us superstitious. We made religions because we are superstitious. So getting rid of the religion doesn't get rid of the superstition. You still have to do the work to work on becoming more critically engaged. All right, let's move right along. I keep hitting the wrong keyboard. There's also isolation from external support. And I think this one, we often see easily. It's a key red flag when it's discouragement from seeking external help. When church teachings implicitly or explicitly dismiss the value of external counseling or therapy, it can create an insular environment where the church becomes the only source of truth and support. Which I hate that phrase, source of truth. Like, even when people use it at work, it's a pet peeve of mine. Every now and then someone suggests that, oh, we need a source of truth for this department or this department or this department. And I typically just softly remind them that we already have a source of truth. It's called reality. Reality is our source of truth, But anyway, but this isolation can be detrimental as it limits members' exposure to diverse perspectives and professional advice, potentially stalling or complicating their healing and growth processes. It reinforces dependency on the church for emotional and spiritual sustenance, marginalizing the role of broader support networks that could aid in recovery. And again, this is a major issue when churches create this type of ideology that nobody can help you but us, and that if you are trying to get help outside of this system, you are somehow being disloyal or unfaithful or non-committal to God. And that's, if you really believe that these people are representatives of God and that they hear from God, or that you really believe that this God is that type of jackass, then that absolutely frightens you from pursuing help when you desperately need it. And again, of course, if you're not getting that help, then you're really not getting the opportunity to craft your own life, and explore yourself. Obviously, that's an issue, and it also leads to our next issue, which is dependency culture. Dependency within a church manifests when members are encouraged to rely heavily on leaders for guidance in personal and spiritual matters. This dynamic can diminish personal autonomy, making it difficult for individuals to make decisions or solve problems independently. And this is absolutely something that my entire paradigm has shifted on this, and it literally governs the way that I have conversations with people and the way we do things on my channel. Many of you know that I've been highly adverse to being anybody's teacher or educator when it comes to the channel, or being anybody's guru. I'm not giving you advice per se, even though we do have an advice segment. But it's because of this issue of I have watched the impact of how people have been heavily engaged with urban churches have, slowly but surely become very dependent on other people's voices and other people's ideas for how to live their own life. And so what we try to do on our channel is craft conversations that, because it's my channel, it is my ideas, but I always try to give the caveat that I'm not sharing my ideas because I think they're the best thing for everybody. I'm sharing my ideas to model how I critically engage my life and try to structure what I think may be best for me. And hopefully that if you kind of see that being modeled, you get permission to do the same. I really don't want people looking at my channel and saying, "Ooh, I want to think just like Darante." I'd much rather for people to look at my channel and say, "Ooh, I think what he's saying is I have the freedom to figure this shit out." And, and that's typically where I go. So I don't always share sources and things of that nature because I don't want you to trust me. I don't want you to trust my research. I don't want you to trust my sources. I don't want to build that type of relationship of dependency. I don't want anybody even looking at me like that, because number one, that's a lot of pressure to have to be a voice in somebody else's life. And many pastors are suffering tremendously right now as far as mentally, because of that pressure of always having to be the voice. Number one, as a pastor, you have to be a voice for the group, and you have to be a voice for the individuals, while also trying to find a voice for your life. And that becomes a lot of pressure and a lot of stress. And not all pastors submit themselves to that. There are some pastors who have some healthy ways of engaging. And so they learned early on that, hey, I'm not going to be your hero, and nor am I going to preach sermons that make me sound like your hero. So I don't create that unnecessary expectation. But when churches do foster this type of dependency, it prevents members from developing their resilience and their own sense of self-efficacy. Over time, this dependency can become a defining characteristic of the relationship between the member and the church, with the latter assuming a disproportionate role in the personal lives of its congregation. And this becomes particularly problematic for those who become attached to such a church and later deconvert or deconstruct. The aftermath for them is typically a train wreck, because the community likely served as an illusion of sustainability. And then in the absence of the development of personal resilience, once that illusion is gone, they're having to deal with the fact like, holy shit, I've never stood on my own 2 feet, or I haven't stood on my own 2 feet in a long time. Because that's kind of what that trauma bond and dependency does. It makes you think, it kind of lulls you into this ideology that depending on these other people to always be there for me, and to always have the answers I need, that this is actually not necessarily healthy for you. That if that and this is a hard thing for me, because this was a major shift in my own life, is that the people who really love you, and are really capable of helping you, are going to empower you to help yourself. And that's been a mind-blowing lesson for me, and has impacted my life significantly, of being able to recognize who's just talk, you know what I'm saying, and who's really here to help when it comes to that type of help. And a person who really wants to help you, they want to they or they should, in my opinion, want to help you, not need them to be helped. You know what I'm saying? Or at least that's just me, right? The next one is fear-based messaging, which is employed when leaders suggest that leaving the church or failing to follow its directives will lead to spiritual decline or resurgence of past trauma or punishment. These messages bind members to the church through fear rather than faith, creating a traumatic bond based on anxiety and apprehension rather than genuine fulfillment. Now, this tactic not only hinders personal freedom, but also instills a chronic fear of the outside world, which can exasperate the trauma rather than alleviate it. Many members may feel trapped, believing that their safety and well being are contingent upon adherence to the church. And, like, I have to be honest with you, there are quite a few pastors out there that pull together entire cabals of members to spy on people who have left the church, to gather negative information about those people, to sow throughout the church, so that others will be discouraged from leaving. So if you find out someone left the church and a few weeks later they lost their job, you're going to try to get that information disseminated through your church, and you're going to say stuff like create a narrative that people who leave this church are leaving this hedge of protection, and I'm not pulling that language out of my ass. This is literally language that's used in these urban churches. Once you leave this covering, I don't know what might happen to you. And, like, yikes, right? Also, there's the us versus them mentality, and us versus them mentality solidifies trauma bonds by framing the church as a bastion against an inherently hostile outside world. You can't trust any of them out there. This is why you keep going. And it's funny, this is where you get the kind of like the other side of the no true Scotsman, which is all people are this, or all men are this, or all women are this. Churches, like the urban churches, gravitate towards this, like especially when it comes to relationships. And men, this is how it gets so many urban women in the churches, is because these women have had disappointing relationships with men, and so the church typically reinforces this, the opposite side of no true Scotsman, which is all men are this outside of God. All men are this outside of God being involved. All jobs are evil. All corporations are evil. This is why it's necessary for you to be on our side, because being on this side keeps you protected and safe from that hostile world out there, of all those men who are dogs without Jesus, and all of those companies which aren't Christian companies, which are really just trying to take your life away from you. This worldview leverages trauma as a rallying point, suggesting that the church is the sole safe haven against external threats, which may be exaggerated or misrepresented to enhance cohesion within the church. I hope you realize that that's not an issue that's isolated to the church. Politicians do the same thing every 4 years. This is obviously a divisive tactic, and it inhibits members from engaging openly with external communities or ideas, limiting their worldviews and reinforcing the church's narrative as the only safe or true perspective. It can stifle personal growth and increase dependency on the church for social and emotional needs. Again, I just have to highlight that this is also an issue in politics. This is like, I typically come off of social media every 4 years because I really can't stomach a lot of the things that I hear people say, and the things that I can't stomach are probably not some of the things that you can't stomach. I can stomach stupid stuff. I can stomach hateful stuff. I can stomach. I grew up with irreverent comedy, so I can stomach pretty much anything. What I don't like is disingenuousness paraded as righteousness, and that the red flag for that is always when we are silencing the voices of others just to support our particular narrative. I will never be a fan of that, and I will never be on that bandwagon. If something is worth supporting, it should be able to stand up to scrutiny. And so anytime I see something that if somebody has a dissenting opinion or a voice of or a word of scrutiny, and those people are immediately ostracized or villainized, I want no part in what's going on there. That's me. You learned a little something about me there. This next one, which is number 9, is obviously financial exploitation, which we do see. Financial demands can be intertwined with promises of healing or blessings with leaders suggesting that generous tithing or donations are integral to personal wellness or recovery from trauma. And this can this can place undue financial pressure on members, particularly those who are vulnerable and seeking hope or divine favor. Obviously, these practices can strain personal finances and create additional stress, especially if the financial contributions are seen as a measurement of faith or commitment. And when you're a part of any organization, a membership-based organization, that's how your financial contributions are seen. They are seen as a measurement of your faith or your commitment, which in itself, that is not a bad thing. The problem comes when on the other side of that, you see it connected to God's willingness to bless you, you know. And this one is a hard one because you see it a lot, and you want to think that you see it most from pastors, and that's really not where you see it at, even though, obviously it's there. But where you see the most of it at are a lot of these rogues and nomads who float through these churches, often in the parking lots and in the bathrooms, finding vulnerable people to prophesy to, watching the way that those people interact with the service, and then finding them near their car and say, "Oh, I saw the way God was all over you, and He gave me a word for you." And sometimes it's something as unscrupulous as, God gave me this word, but in order for you to, in order for this word to manifest, you have to sow me a seed. That's the unscrupulous kind. Or sometimes it's just delusional, which is still harmful, which is God is going to do this thing for you if you sow somebody else's seed. And the reason I say that one is not as unscrupulous because, as you can see, that person who does that at that moment gets literally nothing out of it. And that's something that I do try to challenge people to pay attention to the nuance of, that everybody involved with this is not trying to scam other people. They actually believe the hype, you know. And so you do have some that'll do that. But yeah, and so then this last one, which is really a big one, and that's a lack of boundaries. And it's evident when church leaders involve themselves excessively in the personal lives of members under the guise of spiritual guidance or trauma healing. And this is one that I did personally apologize to some of my former staff who were on staff at my church. I apologize about being overly concerned about shit that wasn't my business in the first place and had no impact on the service that they gave to our community. I'm getting on to people about who they're sleeping with, and the thing that I have you on my staff to do is to play an instrument. So who you sleep with does not inhibit you from playing an instrument in any shape, form, or fashion unless you're violating some law, which in these cases they weren't. And so ultimately it was just never my business. But as a Christian pastor, I felt like that I had to answer to God for these things, and that it was my job to spiritually steward these people, which basically meant shepherding their personal lives. As you can see, I'm incredibly averse to that now. Hey, homie, you do you. You know, anybody who wants advice, I'm more than willing to give it, but I typically don't offer advice without being invited. And I just don't get in people's business like that. And then some people are pretty much a little disappointed sometimes when they do come and ask me about advice for personal stuff, because I'm like, I'm not going to tell you what to do, not because I'm thinking that, I'm not going to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you what to do because I don't know enough of the variables in your life to be able to successfully tell you what to do. So no, I am not going to be that scam artist in your life. So yeah, anyway, but this intrusion can be overwhelming and obviously inappropriate, complicating personal situations and preventing members from establishing healthy autonomy. The erosion of boundaries can lead to environments where personal space and privacy are not respected, making it difficult for individuals to establish healthy personal identities separate from their church identity. And this can reinforce the trauma bond, making it harder for members to recognize or challenge the unhealthy dynamics, which is one of the reasons why I do encourage secular people, non-believers, free thinkers, skeptics, agnostics, atheists, whatever. If you have people in your life who you care about, who are members of these type of urban churches, I'd encourage you just to check in on them every now and then, and just to be a safe, make yourself available as a safe space for them, because I assure you, if they're working with it heavily, then they're probably dealing with some of these flags, and they likely don't have a safe place to talk about those things. And in order for the place to be safe, it has to be a type of situation where they don't feel like you're going to use this as the aha moment, as the I told you so moment, as the see none of this is real moment. Sometimes we have to focus on being a little more humanly available for people, which means your life isn't about my agenda. Your life isn't about the things that I want to see. And so, in order to create this moment, in order to create a moment that is safe for you, I'm going to remove my agenda from the equation. And that's hard to do sometimes, because we really want people, like, we all feel like we want what's best for other people, and we may want what's best for other people. But I think as skeptics, we should also realize that we have no clue what's actually best for other people. And so what we can do is assist them with navigating that road. And if they just so happens to start leaning towards a road that does align with our agenda, then hell, it's fair game at that moment, and then they're likely going to be more receptive of it as well, with that dynamic. So the big point is recognizing these signs is vital for anyone involved in the spiritual community, as they highlight the potential for exploitation under the guise of support and healing. And for those navigating such environments, awareness is the first step towards ensuring that their community engagements are healthy and genuinely supportive. And so, yes, while these videos on my channel are by and large for atheists and the non-believing community, to give them insight into some areas that maybe they did not have before, just to give some new perspective. But this particular video is also for a person who may be a believer currently involved in church and may not be considering deconstructing or leaving their faith in any shape, form, or fashion, but just may have some concerns that my church or my relationship with my church may be a trauma bond, and maybe this video will be helpful for them. Maybe they won't leave the faith. And again, I don't need them to. I don't need anybody else's life to mirror the decisions that I've made in my life. But hopefully it'll help them make better decisions about the communities that they're a part of, so that they can actually get the benefits from those communities that they signed up for. Now, secular communities also need to remain vigilant, ensuring that our approaches to support and community building do not replicate these unhealthy patterns. Promoting transparency, encouraging professional support, and respecting personal autonomy are crucial in fostering environments that truly aid in recovery and growth. By being aware of these signs, individuals can protect themselves and contribute to healthier community practices that's ultimately in all of our best interest. I've said this on a few other videos and a few other conversations, but my big goal is to get the healthy outcomes. That's my big goal, is to get the healthy outcomes. But I'm convinced that we can't get to healthy outcomes until we have healthy relationships. And I'm convinced that we can't get to healthy relationships until we have healthy people. And so that's where I kind of take my stand. That's where I do my work. While, yes, a part of my work is providing insight into the way religion has worked in the communities that I've been involved in, the whole goal, that may be the bait, but that's really not the point. The point is to create some alternatives for people to make the best out of their lives and be able to have those safe, secure, sound places and spaces where they can explore their own capacity and find the answers that matter to them. And we need to understand that by far and large, these are the real reasons people go to church. These are the real reasons people join religions and religious communities. They're not joining these communities to learn about God. Most of them have already relegated that they won't really know anything about God until they die. They're joining these communities for very personal reasons, admirable personal reasons. And if we know that these communities are not equipped to provide the benefits that they espouse, And we know that these benefits are, helpful, maybe even necessary for people to have healthy lives. Why not start creating the alternatives so that people don't have to go to these trauma bond clinics, but they can actually be a part of healthy communities that don't care about who they're sleeping with, or what they're smoking, or what they're drinking, or what words they use, or what pronouns they use, or anything else. But that just values them for being people and creates tools and resources for them to make the most out of their lives. All right. I feel like I've talked a lot. I've shared a lot. Um, I hope you've learned something. I hope this has created some value that perhaps has even lit a spark for you. That makes you think about some things that maybe you didn't think about before. Um, but either way, y'all know I always enjoying this. I enjoy doing this. If you haven't done so already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, check out the merch, and consider joining our community either through Discord, Patreon, or on the YouTube membership program. We'd love to have you anywhere you can find where you want to get in and get fit. All right, I think that's all I have for now. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful if you can. I'll holla at you. What's up, family, and welcome back to my channel. As you can see, for those of you who've been hanging out with us for a while, we've made quite a few changes and advancements over the past year. Well, it hasn't even been a full year yet. We started kind of sharing some of this content um, in January, or really at the end of January, closer to February, right after my first interview with Stacy's mom on the Stacy's Mom podcast with Stacy and D, which was absolutely phenomenal. Shortly after that, I was able to be interviewed with Harmonic Atheist Tim Mills, and then literally, I actually did a interview with Brady Goodwin before everybody, but that one was pre-recorded. So that was released a little later, but it has just been an absolutely phenomenal ride. It's been absolutely bananas, and it's been absolutely busy. As you can all tell, I think right now, and I don't say this braggadociously, but I think I likely put out more content than anybody else on the subject. And I am being somewhat facetious there because I know there's some people out there who are just slanging content left and right. But for me to go from not doing any of this to just pumping it out left and right, it's been crazy. And I think I did somewhat have an unfair advantage, being the fact that for 10 years I've been keeping this stuff to myself. So by the time I was ready to talk, I had a lot to talk about. And I just want to express, an extreme amount of appreciation and gratitude for those of you who have, just showed up and supported, and that, that's amazing to me. And it's not lost on me that for many of you, the reason you're supporting the work that we're doing on this channel is because this work resonates with you. It's because you identify with some of the ideals, if not the majority of the ideals that we kind of promote on this platform and on this channel. And so I thank you, and I continue to implore you to help us help each other. That's how we move forward. Well, I have a new topic today, and I want to delve into it a little bit. Before we do, please make sure to like the video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. Consider hitting that alert notification bell so you can be notified. When we put out new content. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. I'm telling you. That's preacher talk right there. But let's see here. What else? Consider joining our community. You can do so on Patreon, our YouTube membership program. I just recently found out, because I've told you, I am brand spanking new to Discord. So apparently the Discord link that we've been using was one that expired. I had some great help yesterday from some new friends who said, yeah, you can update the link so that you can send out a link that doesn't expire. So we'll be updating our descriptions with those links fairly soon. Also, let me see here. Let me make sure. Oh, and merchandise. We have some of the best merchandise in the game. If you really if you want to wear something that's going to send a clear message, we have something for you. We have some shirts and hoodies and decals with some some slogans that we think are really helpful. One is think responsibly, which I'm sure you see on this channel every now and then. And then the other one is Sacred Cow Grill Masters. I think that one is just delightful. And then we also have another line called Keep Rising. Okay, so I think I've done all my Have I done all of my work? Have I done all, we don't have any sponsors yet. So that's our way of sponsoring ourselves. All right. Okay. So let's kind of jump into this. What I want to talk about today is basically just the objectivity of God, or the idea that anything from God is objective. And so to begin, I want to highlight a few key transformative abilities that are often attributed to God within the Abrahamic faiths. And some of these will sound familiar. And I think just by getting through these transformative abilities, for many of you who are already critical engagers, you will automatically see the issue. For those of you who have eyes and cannot see, and ears and cannot hear, you're probably just going to get mad. All right, so let's kind of do this. Here are these 4 key transformative abilities attributed to God within Abrahamic faiths. Are you ready? The first one is God can make wrong things right. The second one is that God can make right things wrong. The third thing is that God can make foolish men wise. And the fourth is that God can make wise men foolish. These are very interesting claims, and claims that I wrestled with throughout the majority of my time as a believer and as a practitioner of the faith. These claims illustrate 2 very significant points that should be carefully considered. Number 1, there is no objectivity in God's demonstration or in the application of morality by God's followers, evidenced by that God can make wrong things right and God can make right things wrong. No objectivity there. But then there's also no objectivity in God's demonstration or in the application of intelligence by God's followers. Objectivity. I didn't say that intelligence was absent. I just said there's no objectivity in it, which does bring us to another question. A conversation that I will be having on this channel is, how is it possible for intelligent people to believe in God? And one of the things that I like to remind people of is that we are all intelligent people. I think that's one of the misnomers of intelligence that our species does not quite understand yet, that intelligence is very much a spectrum, and there really isn't one of us who isn't intelligent outside of just extreme disability, which I haven't seen to that extent yet. So intelligence is something that we all have. I think one thing that we've reminded people on in our Sunday sessions is that we are all smart in some areas and we are all stupid in some areas, which means we all have something to share and we all have something to learn. So I am not saying that people who believe in the Abrahamic faiths are not intelligent. I am saying there is no objectivity in their intelligence. And because there is no objectivity in their intelligence, then there really isn't a great way for them to recognize the dissonance between believing in foolish things and believing in sound things, because there is no objective method to actually get to those things. And you will often hear this communicated by people who kind of share that space in life, is that I know these things based off of this way of knowing, but when it comes to this religious relationship or this spiritual relationship, I am using a different way of knowing. This is subjectivity at its finest. Okay, so consequently, any assertion that God is objectively moral or objectively intelligent is unsubstantiated. Therefore, claims of objective morality or intelligence derived from a source characterized by such fluid subjectivity are untenable. The listed abilities of God presents a dynamic and omnipotent nature. However, they also imply that what is considered moral or wise can be altered at God's discretion. challenging the notion of a fixed, universal, or otherwise objective standard. For example, the God who says, "Thou shalt not kill," is also a God who commands to kill, both pre and post 10 Commandments. Hello. Both God's actions and the corresponding human interpretations lack objectivity. This point underscores glaring inconsistency in applying moral and intellectual standards, as they may change either based on divine will or human understanding of divine will. Which just take a look at history, at how often Christians change their minds based on the objective Bible about the spectrum of what is objectively right or wrong. Yeah, yeah. This is like these are things in my mind, which is why sometimes I just find it foolish to even cling on to these ideas, is because Christianity, at least I can speak for, because hey, that's what I've been a part of, and that's what I've developed. That's what I've dedicated my life to as a student and as a follower and as a disciple. But I can say, when you look at the history of Christianity, you can find no objectivity as far as what it pertains to what is right and what is wrong. In the same way that the God who says, "Thou shalt not kill," also commands to kill, the believer does the same thing. The same believer who says, "Thou shalt not kill," has no problem with killing. There's no objectivity in this. There's no objectivity to be found in the Bible, nor is there any objectivity to be found in the believer. All right, that was a strong statement, but I think you know what I meant. So if God's nature and actions are inherently subjective, as we've seen, then deriving objective principles of morality and intelligence from such a source is highly problematic, as we consistently see. Over the past 1,200 years, Christianity has been a clear and persistent threat to human well-being at economic, individual, and social levels. I challenge the claim that the Abrahamic faiths provide a solid foundation for universal ethical standards, chiefly because historically we have not seen the demonstration of such objective standards. We've heard the elocution, but we have not witnessed the demonstration. And to be clear, we've never had any evidence that anything objective flows from any of the Abrahamic faiths, as they exist in three subjectively competitive faiths, with Christianity splintering into more than 47,000 different deviations. Nothing could be further from established objectivity. So I don't even know why we entertain this conversation. Those are my thoughts. Until divinity is objectively defined, divinely inspired morality is incompatible with objectivity. Those are just my thoughts on the matter. And of course, that's all this is. This is me sharing my thoughts after 2+ decades of experience in ministry, after 2+ decades of really seeking God with my whole heart, desiring to be in his temple, to inquire of him. This is where my inquiry has led me. It has led me to atheism. And all of my getting, I sought to get understanding. And now I feel like I have that understanding in the areas that I was seeking it in. And that's what I seek to share on my channel. Again, not to convince anybody else. I find that to be somewhat of a fruitless endeavor. If I have to convince someone, then I haven't done a very good job with enabling them with the tools to understand. Convincing is what you have to do to someone in the absence of a how to know. And so I'd much rather just have conversations that stimulate people's interest and perhaps helps them get interested enough to try to know. Hey there. Listen, I am sorry to be interrupting your viewing experience at this moment, But as you can tell, we're experimenting on this channel. We're experimenting rather with launching our 24/7 stream of content on this channel. And right now, you're one of the first people to see what we're trying out here. We would love to see your feedback in the comments as well as in the chats, but definitely in the comments of this video, because after this stream goes dark, it's after this stream goes off, it's going dark until we run the next one, because that's our experiment. Now, let me tell you why we're doing this. We're doing this because we've been looking at how our YouTube channel has been growing, and we've been noticing that we have more and more people who are on different continents that are tuning into this channel. However, the times that we typically go live and the times that we typically drop content is not optimized for those people to see. So they're having to fight through the muck to get to our content. Us streaming our content 24/7 allows people all across the globe to be able to access this content anytime they want to, and allows more and more people to find this channel so that we can continue to do the work of building community, becoming a better way to connect for humans all across the globe. So I am so excited that you're actually watching this experimental stream right now. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. I hope you're seeing some content on here that is bringing some value to your life, and I want you to continue enjoying. So, with that being said, I'm going to hush and I'm going to get out the way. But the last thing I do want to say is, please don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and please don't forget to leave a comment. That's how we will know if this experiment is working or not. All right, back to regularly scheduled programming. Instead of trying to be convinced, I would say that you need no one to convince you of anything. If anything, we are all capable of getting understanding. And that's what I encourage everyone to do. And that's what conversations help us do. Conversations help us get an understanding. It helps us entertain thoughts that we likely would not have entertained before. It gives us new information to wrestle with. And to be clear, this is how intelligence evolves. Intelligence evolves with the wrestling with, that's preacher talk, with the wrestling with of new information. And where we have encouraged a society to live on outdated models of knowledge acquisition, we have enabled a people to not see their own capacity, greatness, to not see their own agency, to not see, again, their own capacity to make a difference in their own lives. This is why I share content, because I want people to have information to wrestle with, whether they agree with it or not, whether they're convinced by it or not. My goal isn't to convince anybody. This is me. As a matter of fact, I'm not looking for people that I have to convince. I'm looking for people who already resonate, for people who say, nope, this shit makes sense to me. This is what I'm looking for in life. These are the type of conversations I want to entertain. And I am so grateful that we've been able to find so many of you and build so many wonderful relationships. Okay, as you can see, it's been a long week for me. My voice is about shot. But man, I had to record this, and I hope you found some value in this conversation. Please don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the alert notification bell, consider joining our community, consider volunteering in our community, consider financially supporting the work that we're doing in community, and check out our merch. All right, I think that's all I have for now. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I'll holla at you. What's up, family, and welcome back to the channel. It has been one heck of a busy week. I had to take a break yesterday because I literally couldn't think. I actually sat down with my wife and thought it through, and I said, you know what, from now on, because the first weekends are so busy. The first Monday, I'm really going to have to pull back a little bit, but I am excited to be back in front of the camera for another conversation. Just some quick updates, real quick. If you didn't check out Sunday's ex-pastor call-in show, godly, you got to go check that thing out. We had an amazing conversation, an amazing call. Uh, it got deep. It got really good. And I think this is the first one that we've done where there are actually Christians in the comments, believers saying how helpful this conversation has been for them. And then we also closed out our Change My Mind series in our Sunday sessions as well. So also check that out. And we have a lot of exciting events coming up. This week, of course, we have Bible study with an ex-pastor every Wednesday. Jason Foe is going to be hanging out with me from Dragons and Genesis. And then we also have, I'm going to be on the Hang Up this week with Matt Dillahunty, which of course I am obviously looking forward to that. And then this weekend, Mark and Ann Peralta from Apostate of Mind are joining us in a very special Sunday session. So I'm definitely looking forward to all of these things that are happening. All right, so y'all kind of know the drill. If you haven't already, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, and consider joining our community either through Patreon, Discord, or the YouTube membership program. At whatever way that makes sense for you, we've made sure to open up those avenues. And last but not least, check out the merch because it's freaking awesome. All right, so what is it that we're talking about today? Why have you made this video? Why have you gathered us all here? Well, today I want to talk about, what do we lose in religious superstition? Now I've done a short on this to just kind of before where I kind of hit this a little differently from just some real dangers, or I don't even want to say real dangers, but more systemic and long-term dangers, which some of this stuff will be as well. But I did want to take a somewhat of a different approach in today's conversation. Because this, of course, is a popular conversation, Pascal's wager or what may have you. What do I lose by believing? And of course, if the idea was only believing, then sure, you really wouldn't be losing anything if you were just believing. But you're not just believing. You are behaving according to that belief. And we can examine that behavior and determine whether this behavior is sociologically beneficial or sociologically harmful. And when we're able to have the conversation with that type of nuance and that type of maturity, just to be honest, we can clearly see that it's a mute point. I mean, what do we lose? It's clearly obvious, and so. But for those who don't know, I do want to kind of walk through some of these things in this conversation. And so let's start with it. What do we lose in religious superstition? Well, the number one, and this is perhaps the most important, we lose healthy people. Okay. People lose their individual identity and autonomy, the first thing is there's this self-perception of evil. Many religious doctrines teach the concept of original sin or inherent wickedness, which can profoundly affect self-esteem and mental health. Studies like those from the Pew Research Center suggest that individuals who internalize such beliefs may experience higher incidences of guilt and depressive symptoms compared to those who do not. There's also the issue of learned helplessness, and this is one that I encounter almost on a daily basis. In environments where individuals are taught they are incapable of understanding or changing their world without divine intervention, there can be a significant decrease in personal agency and critical thinking. This can lead to a lack of personal initiative and a reliance on religious authority instead of self-determination. This was one of the paramount reasons that I absolutely stopped pastoring, because I realized that much of the things that we were preaching, especially in the Black urban church context, much of the information, much of the anecdotes that we were pushing and that we were sharing were absolutely contributing to learned helplessness and absolutely robbing people of their agency, their autonomy, and their self-determination. And as an African-American man, self-determination is highly important if we ever expect to cave out our existence, our reality in this country as equals. Self-determination is going to be important. Man, I can talk about that. I'm gonna do a whole video on that because we're gonna talk. There's also the external control of life events, right? The belief in the power of others' prayers or curses to influence one's own life can lead to paranoia and anxiety, which I'm absolutely positive that many of you have already run into. There was a survey by Baylor University that found that a significant percentage of Americans believe in the concept of the evil eye, showing how such beliefs can pervade thinking. Yikes, you know? And then there's also dependency syndrome. And what we're talking about here is what do you lose? What are we losing in religion? We're losing healthy people. What do I lose if I believe this? It's not just if you believe this, if you internalize this, and if you behave according to this, and if you treat other people according to this, if you tell other people that they are desperately wicked, that they are born sinful, that they cannot do anything without God, and that no matter how hard they try, they'll never be able to understand the world that they live in. If you don't understand the dangers of that type of messaging, I encourage you to go back and check out the video I did paralleling Christianity and this idea of slavery. But the dependency syndrome, the expectation that faith alone can bring about change, often diminishes the motivation for practical action, which again, this is something that I see so often. This can lead to passivity in circumstances where personal effort and action are critical. And just to take that a step further, it's not even just that it becomes faith alone for them. They become so disconnected from cause and effect. And these are things that I literally have to counsel people through. Because they think, I tell them, I say, hey man, faith ain't gonna do it. You got to do something practical. And so they say, yes, I'm gonna read more books. Or they say, yes, I'm going to attend more seminars. Or they say, yes, I'm going to go to more events. And what has happened here, they've been so disconnected from cause and effect is that they still have this superstitious idea that there's this one thing that I can depend on that will guarantee that everything else will work right. It's this type of magical thinking that I'm just missing the secret ingredient. I just don't know the secret sauce. And once I get the secret sauce, it's gonna be all good from here. And it's just like, oh no. And so we lose healthy people that way. And so even when people do kind of make the caveat or make the distinction to try to do something when it doesn't meet their expectations, and then or they do that one thing well and then they have to do something else and have to meet more challenge, they often get discouraged because they have this idea that challenge itself comes from the devil, or challenge is a sign that God wants me to turn around. And either way, it keeps them from building the very needed muscle to persevere. But so that's just healthy people. What about families? We also lose healthy families where you start dealing with compliance over genuine relationships. There's the issues with religious insubordination, where family estrangement is not uncommon in highly religious households, where children may be ostracized or even expelled from their homes for defying religious norms. Of course, organizations like the Freedom from Religious Foundation report numerous cases annually of people being kicked out of their house, children being kicked out of their homes for religious insubordination, family members being disowned for religious insubordination, family members being aligned and having their characters assassinated because of religious differences. Which also leads me to the issue of marital discord. Marriages can suffer under the weight of religious superstition, where differences in belief or the intensity of belief may lead to irreconcilable differences. For instance, the General Social Survey indicates that religious discord is cited as a frequent factor in divorces. I've actually sat through quite a few counseling sessions where someone wanted to divorce the other person over something very superficial. It could have been as superficial as this person doesn't attend church as much as I do, or superficial as this person drinks with their friends sometime, and God doesn't like that, so they can't be my husband, type of things. Um, and of course, all of these things contribute to unhealthy families. Then you have the idea of abuse being justified by doctrine. In many religious communities, corporal punishment is encouraged as a form of discipline supported by religious texts. The American Academy of Pediatrics notes that such practices are linked to increased aggression and mental health disorders in children. And then, of course, when you do examine communities that have been significantly impacted by these religiously ideas, that's typically what you find: communities where there is increased aggression and mental health disorders in children. And you want to say, what do we lose by believing in this? Boy. And then, of course, the subjugation of women. This is all still within that healthy family dynamic. Religious teachings that prioritize male authority can prevent women from speaking out or seeking equality within their relationships. Studies have shown that women in highly conservative religious environments are less likely to pursue higher education or achieve economic independence. But it even goes economic independence. Sorry, but it even goes deeper than that, because there's a very interesting social phenomenon that I started studying a few years ago, where where girls born into a family feel that there is an absolutely distinct liberty distinction between them and their male siblings, whether regardless of age, whether they are the older or the younger. And it typically stems to this sociological inculcation of these authority dynamics, that one day you will be a submissive person and one day your brothers will be a leadership person. So these children are inculcated from a very early age to think of themselves as the ones responsible for submitting to everything mommy and daddy say, while the young men are often inculcated in a much different dynamic. Well, he has to find his own way. Boys will be boys. He has to be a leader. And so even though in those dynamics, what you will find is that both of the kids can behave the exact same way and actually, get the exact same incomes, or outcomes, but they have both been so successfully programmed that the daughter typically will not push the envelopes in the same way that the son will, which is how powerful that social programming is. So even though she can recognize that it's wrong, that it doesn't feel right, that it doesn't feel healthy, as long as she's a part of that cultural belief system, she's still not going to push against it with the same liberty that her male counterpart does. This is what we lose. We lose our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, women, period, because they don't have to be defined by any of those. But these people that we share this planet with, that this life, that's part of our species, they lose a sense of liberty in their own identity. It's insane when you think about it. It's insane when you think about it, and people have the gall to ask, well, what's the worst that could happen? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up here with this last one. And healthy communities. That's definitely the other thing. We end up with economic and educational stagnation. All right. First place that this is clearly seen is financial literacy. In many religious communities, there is a focus on God being the blesser, God being responsible, which goes even deeper than prosperity theology, where all of these groups share a common idea that financial success is seen as a sign of divine favor rather than the result of education and or hard work. Now, this can detract from learning basic financial skills, as evidenced by lower saving rates and poor financial planning in highly religious regions. You want to use a region to check out. use my region as a case study, the Wiregrass area of Alabama. Start there. There's also the neglect of education. These churches often encourage the view that secular education, often even religious education, is unnecessary or even harmful, which leads to undereducated communities. For example, the Pew Research Center finds lower levels of science literacy among populations with high religious adherence, which that should be a glaring no duh to the rest of the world, because of course, many of these people, not all of course, but many of these people believe that science only exists to undermine their religion. You know? There's also the misguided solutions to violence and communities plagued by violence, attributing causes and solutions to supernatural factors rather than addressing socioeconomic and political realities can hinder effective interventions. The lack of support for community-based violence prevention programs is evidenced in areas with strong religious influence, and I mean these areas are absolutely resistant to actual community development programs that do any type of training. The churches are typically saying, no, the only answer we need is prayer and often giveaways, because we get the giveaways to get more people to say, oh, the church must be the one who really cares about us because they're doing the giveaways. But the church is just going to say the solution to all of this violence is prayer and belief. If all of you were just Christians, then we wouldn't have this violence, which the disingenuousness of this is that the majority of the violence committed, and I can't speak for everybody else's community, but I can speak for mine, but the majority of the violence committed is by believers, by people who are Christians. You know what I'm saying? Like there was this dichotomy painted when I was coming up, that the church is where the Christians are and the streets are where the devilish people live. But what you actually look at when you really examine these communities, the church and the streets are two sides of the same coin. You know, when you haven't been prepared to deal with life as is, the streets is all you have left. So typically, the streets is where people, you know, who just rejected what was in the church while still believing the church. You know, which is why like many of the gangs in my community have tons of religious rhetoric baked into the gang because they are believers. They're not living right, but neither are the folk in the church either. You know, so I find that a very to be very disingenuous. And then, you know, to even goes further, you know, these Christians, and it's funny because we do want to paint it like it's just the right wing Republicans, and I'm like, that's disingenuous because you have no idea how many black pastors who are 100% Democrats who are pushing the same rhetoric. They're just not pushing it on political platforms. They're pushing it in their churches, you know, and that's why I'm not as, you know, scallywagged as everybody else is over this stuff. But the real disingenuousness or is further demonstrated when churches, after a school shooting, say, well, that's what happens when you take prayer out of schools. These type of things happens when we absolutely live in a society where there not only have been church shootings, but there's even been church bombings. You know, and so ultimately you're getting a group of people who are constantly feeding themselves propaganda and anecdotes that are absolutely devoid or absolutely void of any type of implications or applications of reality. And you don't think that's dangerous for a community? You really can't look at communities that are drenched in churches and see a common denominator of poverty and violence. There's also discouragement from science and arts, which is similar to discouragement from education or neglect of education. But when religious leaders promote the idea that religious texts are the only necessary source of knowledge, it can result in a lack of interest in the sciences and in the arts, the humanities. You know, this leads to a decrease in professionals in those fields who are absolutely essential for community development and innovation. So what do we lose? We lose healthy people, we lose healthy families, and we lose healthy communities. And we lose those things by pretending like they're healthy just because our belief says so, without actually interrogating these things. Someone once asked, when examining a broken community, Where are the scientists, the engineers, the artists, the administrators, and the educators who could have pulled this place back together? Well, I hope I just showed you why the answer is clear. These are often the things that we lose to religion. These examples illustrate how deeply religious superstition can permeate and adversely affect various aspects of life, underscoring the importance of fostering environments where individuals are encouraged to think critically and act autonomously for the betterment of themselves, their communities, and this great big world that we're sharing together. That's the point. What we lose is cooperation, collaboration, and the capacity of other people. How dare we complain about the problems of this world and of this society when clearly only 5% of the people are actually in the game? That should be concerning to us. That perhaps we could accelerate our progress. Perhaps we could accelerate social justice if we stop doing as much finger pointing and start trying to find a way to help people come out of these caves of superstition. Not because they're annoying, but because we need them on this side of things so that we can continue to advance as a progressive society. I hope I've said something that has those wheels turning. This was an awesome time. Please remember to like the video, hit the like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell. Consider joining our community. Again, Patreon, Discord, YouTube membership, wherever you can find us. Hey, we'll be there. And then also check out our merch because it's dope. Also check out Sunday Sessions, the Ex-Pastor Call-In Show, Bible study with an ex-pastor. We're getting extremely busy. Our community is growing on Discord. We had our first game night. We have some more game nights coming up. So trust me, you want to be connected. This thing is getting nice. I love y'all so much. Thank you for hanging out with me. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and let's try to stay beautiful. I'll holla. What's up, family? I hope you are all having a wonderful day. I am back for another video. I have just a few thoughts on my mind that I want to share. So this one is, what would it take for me to believe in God again? Because this is a conversation that I am starting to get into a lot more. More people are wondering, what would it take? What would it take? What does God have to do to prove to you that He exists? Right? What will it take for you to believe in God again, to worship Him again? And so I'm gonna unpack that a little bit for you in this conversation, and I'm gonna do it as genuinely as I can. Now, before we jump into this, if you haven't already, make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the alert notification bell, consider joining our community, consider volunteering, and check out our merch. You can do any of those things through the links in the description below. Oh yeah, and by the way, guess what? In 2 weeks, I'm gonna be in Palo Alto. This will be my first time being off of the East Coast, really. So it'll be my first time on the West Coast, and I'll be there doing some work for a secular community. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, and I have some other announcements, but I'll make those. I'll save those, right? Oh, and of course, if you're watching this video, today, join me on Skeptic Haven tonight. All right, so what would it take for me to believe in God again? That's the question. And see, here's the thing. Everybody that asks me this question doesn't understand that this is a loaded question. You're not asking me to just do one thing. And I get that sometimes they don't see that because most people do not want to wrestle with or believe that their reason for belief for them was a jump. That you actually did not go through any type of proper way of knowing to get to this conclusion. in most cases, as I've shared plenty of times, that it is cultural. Even when some people will say, hey there, listen, I am sorry to be interrupting your viewing experience at this moment, but as you can tell, we're experimenting on this channel. We're experimenting rather with launching our 24/7 stream of content on this channel. And right now, you're one of the first people to see what we're trying out here. We would love to see your feedback in the comments as well as in the chats, but definitely in the comments of this video, because after this stream goes dark, it's after this stream goes off, it's going dark until we run the next one, because that's our experiment. Now, let me tell you why we're doing this. We're doing this because we've been looking at how our YouTube channel has been growing, and we've been noticing that we have more and more people who are on different continents that are tuning into this channel. However, the times that we typically go live and the times that we typically drop content is not optimized for those people to see. So they're having to fight through the muck to get to our content. Us streaming our content 24/7 allows people all across the globe to be able to access this content anytime they want to, and allows more and more people to find this channel so that we can continue to do the work of building community, becoming a better way to connect for humans all across the globe. So I am so excited that you're actually watching this experimental stream right now. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. I hope you're seeing some content on here that is bringing some value to your life, and I want you to continue enjoying. So, with that being said, I'm going to hush and I'm going to get out the way. But the last thing I do want to say is, please don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and please don't forget to leave a comment. That's how we will know if this experiment is working or not. All right, back to regularly scheduled programming. It's emotional, and I argue against that only somewhat to say that it can't be emotional until it's cultural first, because your emotions have to be pre-programmed, or programmed rather, to respond a certain way. And so those things have to be already a part of your socialization. And so most of us don't realize that we were socialized to believe these things. And I'm not even trying to say it in a way where there's a hidden man behind the curtain, or there's some great conspiracy, or just some great theme. But the big point is, we have socialized each other. We socialize our children towards certain tendencies, and so we've been socialized to have these beliefs. We do not have these beliefs because we verified them. And that's typically how I treat people, especially when we're having this conversation, is that, hey, I get that you believe this with your whole heart, but the one thing I know for a fact is that you didn't follow any process of verification to get to this belief, which I've talked about in another video of just kind of dissecting a little bit why we believe and how we believe. And I'll share a little bit more on that. So let's deal with this loaded questions. That 3 minutes is long enough of an intro. Um, there are quite a few things that you're asking me to believe in, and while there was a time that I didn't know any better, and would have made that jump with you, that time has passed, and I'd like to outline some of the things you're asking me to skip past in what some believe would be me returning back to God. So just pray hard enough, and God will reveal Himself to you. See, now here's the thing. That will work for you. That would no longer be sufficient for me. Oh, not even in the least bit. If I pray and then God says, I am God, that's not enough for me to believe in you to the point of worship. There are a whole lot more questions on the ground that have to be satisfied before I could jump to that conclusion. And just a little sidetrack here, because honestly, my worship is a little more valuable than that. I value myself. I value my integrity. I value who I am, I value my morality. So I'm not just going to worship, or for a better, let's use a better word than worship. I'm not going to give honor to anything where honor is not due. I am not one of those silly kids who you can just say, oh, this person is important, they deserve your honor. It doesn't work like that for me. It did before. Because the same way that I honored God and worshiped God was the same way that I honored people and worshiped people who also had no good reason to be honored. And I'm not saying that there aren't some honorable people out there. I've met quite a few, as a matter of fact. But I am saying that that's not automatic. You're not just you're not just getting that from me because of anything you've done. So when you just pray, and then God will reveal Himself, that will not work for me. Just read the scripture and you'll have peace. That will not work for me. Just pray for an encounter with God, and then you will have an encounter. That will not work for me. None of those things will work for me at all, because none of those things are proof that this God does exist and that it is the exact God that you believe that exists. So let's kind of unpack this. The first thing you're asking me to return to believing in is a supernatural being. You're asking me to believe that there is something that exists outside of nature. And while, yes, there possibly could be, I have no evidence of such a thing. I have no reason to believe in such a thing. See, and that's the thing. It's not just a lack of evidence, it's also a lack of reason, or sometimes I can say lack of utility. How useful is this belief? I lived for 28 years not just believing, but committing myself to this belief in a very real way. It didn't benefit me very much. Left the belief alone for over a decade now, and my life is being transformed. Now, I'm not saying that atheism is a recipe for success by a long shot, but for me, it definitely did allow me to make some drastic improvements with my life, because critical thinking is likely a good pathway to success. So I have no. It's not just that I don't have an evidence that there is a God. I really don't have any reason. The only reason, and you see this even with the Christians in my comments, the only reasons that I see people actually have are based in fear. And I'm just no longer a child. I'm not afraid of things that I don't have evidence for. You know, again, it's a weird loop that you want, that I tell you I don't believe this because I don't have evidence for it, or I don't have a reason to believe in it, and you say, well, you should believe it, because if you don't, then it's going to happen to you. Well, it seems that you put the cart before the horse, because if I don't believe it, I'm not concerned about it happening to me. I don't believe it. The only way I could attach concern to that, which again is another issue with Pascal's wager, sorry, it exists in this place where you ignore reality. And I'm not that person, so I can't attach concern with concern with going to hell, or concern to be burned, being burned by fire, or concern with breaking this alleged creator's heart, who I do not have any evidence for his existence. I don't have any real quantifiable relationship with this person. And everybody that I have relationships with, those relationships are quantifiable. And if we're all created in the image of this character, then so slippery slope. I have absolutely no reason to believe in a supernatural being. That me believing that does nothing to impact my life. You see, and I think that's the biggest thing that I think people don't really wrestle with. You can believe all day long, but doesn't change your life. That believing that God heals, doesn't hold God accountable to healing. And so if believing that God heals doesn't hold God accountable to healing, then how does believing that God sends people to hell hold God accountable to sending people to hell? Again, it's like I've mentioned before. If he couldn't manage heaven and he couldn't manage earth, what would make you think that this character could manage hell. And the best answer for this is this character. We have no substantive reason to believe in this character. So I have no reason to believe in anything supernatural. And if there was something supernatural, then by definition, I wouldn't be able to interact with it, which would mean that it's absolutely irrelevant to my life as a human being and has no utility to help improve life in any shape, form, or fashion. The second thing you're requiring me to believe is a belief that this being created earth. Do you see that? You're not just asking me to believe in a God. If that was the belief, if that was the thing, if that's what religion promoted, then sure, we can just say, sure, I believe in a God. Because that definition is so damn loose, it can be generically anything, you know. Technically, when whoever's using the Neuralink might be the next classification of God, because when people define these things, it isn't definitive. It's something vague, like there must be a higher power. Well, sure, I can believe in a higher power. The sun is more powerful than I am. It may not be an active entity. I can't say for sure that it is or it isn't, but it is definitely more powerful than I am. There are quite a few people on this planet who are more powerful than I am, whether you're talking politically, whether you're talking professionally, whether you're talking economically. So just believing in a higher power, what the hell does that even mean? Right? And so just saying, what you believe in a God? No, when you're asking me to believe in a God, you're asking me to believe in a specific God. No one has asked me to just believe in a generic God. Well, nobody except for Oprah, maybe, she but yeah, so you're asking me to believe that not only that there is this supernatural being, but then you're also asking me to believe that this supernatural being created a natural earth. This is a problem for me. Now, and I get, while it may not be a problem for some, it is definitely a problem for me, because we often say that the reason we cannot hear God or we cannot see God is because God is not natural, but God is spiritual. Well, here's the thing. The earth is natural. So if God can't speak because he's not natural, if God cannot make himself visibly seen because he's not natural, then how the hell is he able to create a natural earth or the natural people in it? See that you can only assume truth here. You cannot conclude truth here. You can only just believe this because you want to believe it. The dots don't connect. And it would require me to believe in a created earth, which is so funny. The only thing the Bible says is in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Doesn't say how. So how someone builds an entire doctrine of saying, oh yeah, I know God did it, I just don't know how he did it. You would not accept that as a credible statement under any other circumstances. And that's the problem. We let this God character get away with so many horrendous things, which would not be bad if people didn't believe in it. But because people do believe in it, then when we let this God character get away with these things, that means we're authorizing people to get away with these things as well. All right. This also, man. So yeah, I don't believe that a God created the earth. Actually, I have a controversial thought. I don't believe in creation. Period. I personally, this is one of the reasons I don't necessarily call myself a content creator. I don't like the idea of creation. In the sense that people say, "Oh, I created this. I created this," and it's like, no, you didn't create anything, as in making something from nothing. That's not what you did. That is a mystery that we're still trying to solve. What you actually did is something much more complex, much more profound, and much more fascinating. What you're doing is generating, which means you are taking the things that exist and kind of remaking them, if you will, into something new, which I find even more beautiful. There is no art that is created just by the artist. The art is a result of that artist experience in real life and the things that artist has been exposed to. So I don't like the word create, not just for theological reasons. I don't like the word create for sociological reasons. I think it actually separates us from what's actually happening. You're not creating anything, you're generating. And that's beautiful. Anyway, that's not this conversation. But if you're interested, holler at me. That is something that I train people on. I don't call myself a motivational speaker or anything like that because, I believe in motivation. Motivation is good and all of that. But I think what most people need is just help with their mindset, help thinking things through. And so that's what I do. I help people think. But anyway, so then there's also you're requiring me to believe that this being created all life and especially humanity in its own image, which I'll bring up the same issue before. Again, if this God cannot interact with nature, how is this God interacting with nature to create nature? That's it's like the Terminator loop. The Terminator comes back to kill John Connor, and they send the other guy back. I think his name was Kyle, to save Sarah Connor. So she can give birth to John Connor, but then Kyle becomes no, doesn't make sense. It's a loop. It's a loop. Now, and the sad thing is that will likely make sense before this will, because we're anyway, we live there, and I actually am a very pro science guy, kind of controversial there too, not just for climate science and other things like that, but technology. I am absolutely excited about technology. I'm not a technology doomer. I am a technology realist though now, so I'm not excited and like, oh, nothing will go wrong. I'm kind of a realist in everything I do. But let's continue. So this requires my belief in created humans, and there is absolutely nothing. I have absolutely no evidence and no reason to believe that humans were created. All right. There's so many reasons that we already know the Genesis story doesn't work, and I think one of the saddest things about it is once you realize that Jewish cultures never really took the Genesis story as literal. This is somewhat of a Christian fiction here. Because all cultures have written about the origin of things, none of them have taken it so seriously as Christians and Muslims tend to. So it is very interesting, but no, humans are born. I've never seen a human created. And if such a thing is to happen, it will likely be in our future, nowhere in our past. I mean, that's just the best way I can say that. And for people who say, well, you have no evidence for evolution either. Like, are you freaking kidding me? Have you seen the development of a human being? I mean, like, have you seen the fetal development of a human being? And you're going to tell me that there's no evidence for evolution. I don't know why people don't bring up the what is it? The ontogeny. I think that's what it's called. I don't know why people don't bring up the argument of ontogeny more so in the case of evolution and seeing it in today's terms, because you see it in every form of life. You see, or at least the evidence of it, that kind of mirror of it in everything. So I have more evidence for other things than I do this thing that I have absolutely no evidence for, and again, no reason to believe. All right. So now, if I did believe this, I'd have to believe that there was a time that God could stand face to face with humanity and has chosen not to do that for over 7,000 years, if you're a young earth creationist, and for over, well, forever, if you're the rest of us, you know. And so either way, there's nothing that logically places me there. Now, if God was out here talking to everybody in the cool of the day, like he did with Adam and like he did with Enoch, if he was out here showing everybody his hind parts like he did with Moses, then okay, there's more evidence, and but there still wouldn't be reason. Why would this God require my belief? And why would other people who believe in this God feel the need for me to believe in that God as well, in order for them to be codified in their belief? Well, that's a sociological red flag of how you know that the people themselves do not believe in this as well. They're just not safe to ask questions yet. And they're telling you you're not safe to ask questions either. So what they're doing to you is a sociological side effect of their own socialization. They're saying you're doing something that I'm not supposed to do, and so I have to stop you from doing it, because the more you do this, it shakes up what I thought about the world. It's like a Truman Show thing going on. Yeah, I wanted to. Okay, so this is getting long. Let me bring this in. It also requires my belief that this being is infallible, or that this being is perfect. And maybe you've heard me say before, I have no reason to believe in anything called perfection. I actually believe perfection is just as mythological as a lot of other things. That this idea of perfection is just as superstitious, for a lot of reasons. Number one, it is highly subjective. The idea of perfection is highly subjective, and which is why people can convince themselves that a God who drowns the world, including babies, is perfect, because you are allowing yourself to acknowledge the subjectivity of perfection, which means this is something that is clearly, obviously wrong, but you're saying, I choose to see it as perfect, which is something that people do every day. You're with somebody who is unattractive to everybody else, and maybe even a little bit unattractive to you, but then you choose to look at them and see perfection, because perfection is subjective. And so a belief in an infallible an infallible creator tells me nothing. It does nothing for me. This if you can say this creator is perfect, but I can't judge that creator by its perfection, because you're going to give a reason as to why it doesn't have to meet other standards of perfection, then you know that it is subjective and ultimately a futile defense. All right. And that this being requires my belief that this being is all powerful and all good. So again, you're not just asking me to believe in a God. You're asking me to believe in this particular God who is supernatural, who did create the earth, who did create humans, who is perfect in all of his ways, who is powerful and all good. And this belief requires me to ignore suffering, or it requires me to justify suffering with another unfounded belief, unsubstantiated belief. So you present the unsubstantiated belief that no, God is all powerful and all good. And then I say, okay, if God is all powerful and all good, how is it that we have so many people dying, suffering, and all those things? Well, then you say, well, God is all powerful, but he chooses not to use his all power because he made humans with free will. Well, apparently it's not just humans that he made with free will. Apparently everything that exists has this God-given free will, which then again, what is the utility of all powerfulness if it's not useful? All powerful can't save your creation from natural disasters. Yeah. Okay. No, makes no sense. So here's the thing. In order to get me there, you'd first have to demonstrate that there's evidence for anything being all powerful and all good, not just your God. We'd have to find evidence for this at all, for this to even be a characteristic that we could attach to something. I have no evidence for the characteristic. Even when I was in the faith, the word holy used to bother me, because the more and more I started trying to define the word, I'm like, hold up, this doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything of any utility, of any irrelevance. And then of course the last thing that you're asking me to attach myself to believing is that a being who kills indiscriminately is worthy of praise, respect, and honor. That requires me to separate myself from my own humanity. So with that being said, there is nothing that would lead me back. That clock has run out, and the historical evidence, once we are willing to engage it critically, is more than enough to conclude the conversation on the existence, relevance, or necessity of this particular God. So I just wanted to let you know that's a battle that you might as well not even invest your time in. I'm not going back. I'm moving ahead. That's it. It's godless from here on out for me. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, consider joining one of our membership communities, consider volunteering to help us with the membership communities, and consider checking out our merch. That's all I have for you now. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful. I don't know why I like saying that, but I do. So do what you do. Holla at you. What's up, family? And welcome back for a quick chat. And this one will be fairly quick. Today, we're going to be talking about the golden rule and essentially my problem with it. So, before we jump into this quick conversation, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, and consider joining our community in whatever way that makes sense for you. And also check out our merch because hey, it's some of the dopest in the game. All right, so let's talk about this. Most of us are familiar with the golden rule, especially if you've lived in the US. You've likely heard it not just in Sunday school or a Sunday service, but you've likely heard it in a show or two or a movie or two. And that is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This sounds so nice. It sounds so sweet, but I have to be honest with you. This is actually really bad advice. There's some really good intentions here, and I think we all kind of understand, for lack of better words, the spirit of this rule, but it still fails. The primary reason it fails is because self is not a good indicator of others. I'm going to repeat that just because I want that to really, really settle in. Self is not a good indicator of others. Doing unto others as you would have them do unto you makes you the determinant of what others expect. I'd prefer, or at least my preference is that we should always seek others' input about our treatment of them, instead of just assuming that our treatment of them is good because it's the way we want to be treated. This locks us into, if this is how I would want to be treated, they should have no complaints. Again, as a person who has counseled several people, you run into this type of ideology often. This type of thinking will often lead to magical expectations, i.e., I treated them like I wanted to be treated. Why didn't they respond? You know, so people will do things such as buying gifts that you want, or giving compliments that you want, doing things that are absolutely important to you. While unfortunately, and maybe even unwittingly, overlooking the things that are absolutely important to the other person. It gives off give to get. I'm doing this to get something from you. You're not learning about the other person. You're manipulating them into learning about you and hoping that it pays off for you. Can you see the line of selfishness in there? You know, boy. And then there's also this other thing of it just simply robbing you of the opportunity to simply communicate what you want instead of going out of your way to, manipulate others or to do this little shortcut, which is what happens here. If I treat you this way, you will treat me this way. You absolutely have the agency and the autonomy to make the decision where you can communicate to other people that, hey, this is the way that I expect to be treated, and I'm not going to tolerate anything less than this. We don't have to play the charades game of, hey, is this what you want? Which that's something that I'm definitely talking about in a book that we'll likely release next year called Love Unplugged, where we'll be kind of in that book, we'll hit some of these issues with things like the 5 love languages and how it's like, well, no, we can communicate. Let's communicate. And then you can get all of those things. Okay, so kind of moving on. It also leads to toxic behavior, all right? Because ultimately it leads to you regarding that the way you want to be treated as the standard of humanity, and then attempting to impose that on others without inquisition, without inquiry, without question. I've often defined toxic behavior in the past few years.
Hey there. Listen, I am sorry to be interrupting your viewing experience at this moment, but as you can tell, we're experimenting on this channel. We're experimenting rather with launching our 24/7 stream of content on this channel. And right now, you're one of the first people to see what we're trying out here. We would love to see your feedback in the comments as well as in the chats, but definitely in the comments of this video, because after this stream goes dark, it's after this stream goes off, it's going dark until we run the next one, because that's our experiment. Now, let me tell you why we're doing this. We're doing this because we've been looking at how our YouTube channel has been growing, and we've been noticing that we have more and more people who are on different continents that are tuning into this channel. However, the times that we typically go live and the times that we typically drop content is not optimized for those people to see. So they're having to fight through the muck to get to our content. Us streaming our content 24/7 allows people all across the globe to be able to access this content anytime they want to, and allows more and more people to find this channel so that we can continue to do the work of building community, becoming a better way to connect for humans all across the globe. So I am so excited that you're actually watching this experimental stream right now. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. I hope you're seeing some content on here that is bringing some value to your life, and I want you to continue enjoying. So, with that being said, I'm going to hush and I'm going to get out the way. But the last thing I do want to say is, please don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and please don't forget to leave a comment. That's how we will know if this experiment is working or not. All right, back to regularly scheduled programming.
As anytime you're doing something for somebody else, and it's really more so for you than it is for them. And I started defining it that way to help people realize when they were being toxic with good intentions. Because many times people would, be, no, I'm doing this for you. I'm trying to do for you what no one did for me, or I really want this for your life. You really need this, and all of those types of things put you in a place where you have robbed that person of being able to be in the driver's seat of determining what is best for their own lives. And even if you are absolutely right, you still would be absolutely toxic, because you're having to cross their boundaries and trying to impose what you want on them, as opposed to respecting what they may want. And so the real big point of this conversation is to highlight that treating others the way you want to be treated is more so about the way you want to be treated, and does nothing to inform you about the way others want to be treated. So I think an update to the golden rule, a better way to say the golden rule, is to literally treat others the way they want to be treated. And that's if that's a treatment you can afford to dish out, right? It's choices. There are no shortcuts here. When you're dealing with people, you're always going to be dealing with something that is somewhat, or not even somewhat, but highly nuanced and highly complex. And so I think when we engage in relationships with people, with individuals, especially when meeting them for the first time, or even if they've been in our lives for a while, we should always keep that front in mind, that this is an individual who is not me. This person has been shaped by their own experiences, by their own passions, by their own habits, by their own ideals, by their own ideologies. And I don't have a shortcut to figure that out in advance. And by trying to do so, I absolutely be robbing myself of an opportunity to truly get to know this person and truly add value to the relationship. So you heard it here first. The new golden rule is learn how others want to be treated and see if that's something you're willing and able to accommodate. I think that's a much better or much more efficient way to engage life with others. So I told you this would be a quick chat. Some of you should be grateful. This is the first one in a long time that's been under 10 minutes. But as always, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. If you haven't already, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell, and consider finding a way to get involved with this community, whether you're connecting or supporting or both. And also, we have some of the dopest merchandise in the game. I'm going to say it every time. Check it out and see if you find something you like. Love you all so much. Until next time, keep rising, stay progressive, and stay beautiful if you can. I'll holla.
What's up, everybody? So in my last few videos, I've shared a little bit about how to manufacture the miraculous and how preachers create prophetic environments and do miracles and things of that nature. Today, I want to spend a little time sharing some of my thoughts about spirituality, since we're kind of in that realm. Before we do, if you haven't already, go ahead and like and subscribe, like the video, subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you like content like this and you want to support content, consider joining our Patreon by clicking the link in the description. So let's kind of jump into this conversation. My thoughts on this when it comes to spirituality is that I find it very difficult to separate what people often label or describe as spirituality from the domain of feelings and emotions. So emotions as complex reactions to stimuli that include mental states and physical changes can be powerful drivers of what we call spiritual experiences. Feelings, as the conscious perception of these changes, contribute to the deeply personal and subjective nature of spirituality. This understanding suggests that spiritual experiences are not external phenomena, but are deeply rooted in our cognitive and emotional processes. I've not experienced or seen any evidence for any form of spirituality that cannot be explained with an understanding of socio-cognitive processes of the brain, mind, and our interactions with the world of evolving and emotional and intellectual complexity. Every spiritual experience I've had and shared with others, both as a theist and an atheist, was a byproduct of my own mental faculties and a personification of shared social experiences. In that way, I see what we label as spirit as the activity of our minds as individuals and as sort of an emergent property that evolves from collective social identification as groups. In that way, a group of individuals choosing to identify together theoretically gives life to a new entity that often requires a new name, a separate backstory, and an active purpose. To kind of make that make sense, think about visiting a website where there is an About Us section. And that About Us section is about typically the company. It's not telling you the biography of the people who work at the company per se, but actually the backstory of the company itself. Which that typically that company will have a name, and that company will typically have a purpose. Even our relationship with God cannot be separated from our relationship with Google or even our relationship with governments, because at the end of the day, the phenomenon seems to be the same. The mechanisms underlying our engagement with spiritual entities are not fundamentally different from those that govern our interactions with secular institutions, technologies, or anything else for that matters. And truth be told, this emphasizes the role of narrative, identity, and purpose in shaping our relationships with both the sacred and the secular, highlighting the cognitive underpinnings common to all forms of social engagement.
Spirituality, to me, or at least what we label as spirituality, seems to be deeply rooted in how we identify with and relate to the world around us on an intimately cognitive level. The role of socio-cognitive processes in shaping spiritual experiences cannot be overstated. Our brains are wired to seek meaning, connection, and understanding, and spirituality often emerges as a response to these deep-seated needs. The social aspect of spirituality, how it is shared, experienced, and interpreted within communities, further emphasizes its emergent, sort of constructed nature. This collective dimension suggests that spirituality should indeed be seen as an emergent property arising from the complex interactions within and between individuals, like birds locking into a V formation. Viewing spirit as an emergent property of collective social identification offers a compelling way to understand the diversity and adaptability of spiritual expressions across cultures and time periods. Just as individuals come together to form groups with shared identities, values, and purposes, these collectives can give rise to spiritual entities, as we call them, which are actually concepts that transcend individual experiences. This perspective aligns with theories in sociology and anthropology that views gods, spirits, and other supernatural entities as social constructs that reflect the values, fears, and aspirations of their communities. Loosely quoting from Brady Goodwin, fanatic and from Ichabod podcast, is God to humanity is man pulling him own self up by his own bootstraps. And so, what I like to kind of remind people of is that spirituality, rather than being a distinct or supernatural phenomenon, is deeply rooted in the cognitive, emotional, and social faculties that define the human experience. Um, this perspective, from my point of view, opens up rich avenues for exploring spirituality in a way that offers a more integrated understanding of how we find meaning, connection, and purpose in the world. By examining spirituality through the lens of socio-cognitive processes, we gain insights into the universal aspects of the human condition, as well as the diverse expectations, expressions, and experiences of spirituality that emerge from our shared and varied experiences. Um, at the end of the day, I see it very simply that spirituality is not something that is supernatural. I've not heard anyone give me a sufficiently supernatural explanation or even demonstration for spirituality. Every manifestation and demonstration of spirituality I have seen has ultimately been a human response to emotions, or a mental state, a mental change, or anything in that nature. And to be clear, if something is supernatural, that would literally put it beyond the natural, therefore restricting its ability to interact with or influence the natural world in any way, shape, form, or fashion, making it both speculative and irrelevant. What I'm more interested in is this form of contemporary spirituality, where we no longer pretend that the voice in our head and the feelings that we're following are nothing more than our own, or nothing more than the wonderful, beautiful world of our minds and the manifestation of how our minds interact with the world around us, including other people. That's my little spill on that. Thank you for spending this time with me. Again, don't forget to like and subscribe. Share this with anyone who you think may benefit from this type of information. And of course, if you're really looking to build community and to support content like this, make sure you don't forget to join our Patreon by clicking on the link in the description. Thank you, guys.
What's up, family, and welcome back to the channel. I think you're going to like the conversation that we're having today. And even if you don't, I will. But no, in all seriousness, today we're going to be having a conversation about our biases and our agendas, and how they often show up in our conversations, and perhaps some ways that we can safeguard ourselves so that we can create safer communities, and just hopefully, because it's a big thing of this channel,
to create a more progressive society, So if you haven't already, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit that alert notification bell. Consider joining our community. You can do so through Patreon, the YouTube membership program, or you can find us on Discord and join some of the conversations that we're having and some of the groups that we're creating there. And of course, we have merch. So check that out. All right. So I have like a bunch of notes here that we're going to talk about. And so it's probably best if I just jump in it. So in a world that increasingly values diversity and inclusive dialogue, it's crucial to understand and mitigate the underlying biases and agendas that can subtly but significantly influence our interactions. Bias is our perceived or preconceived notions and preferences, and agenda, our goals that direct our behaviors, shape how we view and engage with the world. While often unconscious, these elements can lead to discrimination and create echo chambers that stifle true diversity of thought. This discussion delves into how our biases and agendas not only limit our understanding, but can lead us into a cycle of reinforcing preconceived notions through motivated reasoning, often manifesting in abstractions of true engagement. Our conversation will explore the consequences of these dynamics and propose a path forward that values critical thinking and pragmatic dialogue over conformity. By examining how emotional conformity underpins many of our social interactions, we'll uncover the risks associated with over conformity and the suppression of diverse perspectives. Um, Ultimately, we must learn to detach from personal agendas and appreciate true diversity, especially when it challenges our comfort zones. To foster community that thrives on ethical and constructive dialogue. And for me, this is more than just about being right. This is about being human. And so, if you're one of those people who identify on the spectrum of atheism, as like atheist describes my non belief, but humanist describes my viewpoint to the world, then I think you will get a lot of benefit from this video. So, I kind of want to start, just highlighting the connection or the link, if you will, correlation between our biases and our agendas to discrimination. Now, of course, so biases and agendas can lead to discrimination when they prevent open engagement with differing viewpoints. Of course, this creates echo chambers where only similar perspectives are validated. This becomes evident in issues like racism, where stereotypical beliefs about races promote systemic inequalities, and people are unwilling to separate themselves from those beliefs based off of their own biases and agenda. But see, race is an easy one to use it in, but it's not just there. And I find that to be the truly interesting thing about engagement, is that we can see how humanity has a problem in one area, but we often fail to see that if we have this problem in one area, it's likely not isolated to just this. This was one of the ways that I critically engaged my own deconstruction and deconversion by realizing, like, wow, Darante, if you attached yourself to a bunch of religious beliefs without evidence and without substantiation, then how likely is it that you are actually requiring evidence and substance for the other beliefs outside of religion that you attached yourself to? And I think this is the crux of struggle that most people are still have not yet found a place to wrestle with. And I don't want to say most; I'll change that to many. Um, and so, of course, throughout history, oppressive systems have often been underpinned by biases, racial superiority, and agendas, economic exploitation. And these elements distort the perceived utility and value of different human groups, often justifying unequal treatment. So expanding on how agendas can lead to biased reasoning, it's essential to talk about the concept of motivated reasoning, which we did in one of our in our most recent Sunday session series, which was entitled "How to Human." The second installment of that series, we had a pretty profound conversation about motivated reasoning and how it, along with our emotions, often leads us to attach ourselves to things as true that are not. Motivated reasoning is the cognitive phenomenon that describes how people's desires and interests influence the way they gather and interpret information, often leading them to conclusions that align with their preconceived goals or wishes. And the insidiousness of motivated reasoning is after engaging it in that type of practice for a while, along with attaching strong emotional outcomes to it as well, it eventually begins to your brain begins to have trouble differentiating between actual logical reasoning and motivated reasoning. So again, motivated reasoning is a form of cognitive bias that describes the tendency of individuals to fit their processing of information to conclusions that suit some end or goal. In the context of agendas, motivated reasoning can manifest when individuals selectively gather facts, interpret information, or recall memories that substantiate their agenda. Closely linked with motivated reasoning is confirmation bias, which occurs when individuals favor information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs or hypothesis, regardless of whether the information is true, accurate, or substantiated. And a lot of times when we're dealing with whether the information is true, I like to always kind of add the caveat of, is the information substantiated? Because oftentimes people have a hard time drawing that line. There are things that people will say it's just some things, there's no going back. You know what I'm saying?
JWoodBeats.com. Yeah, I'm not the one with the issues. I hear you. Now here is your tissue. If I'm moving too fast, I might have to dismiss you. And it's really too bad, cause I really will miss you. But I'm not the one with the issues. I left him at church when I made it official. I murdered the curse with my own benediction. Left God in the dirt, call it death of the fiction. Superstition will be served in eviction. Competition will be left in the ditch. Oh my God, it's too damn hot in this kitchen. The fishes of men are now swimming with fishes. Oops, my bad, I guess I'm moving too vicious. Verses sold, I gotta put them on your wish list. Bless my soul, cause I'm dodging your little hit list. I guess you know, you just lost another witness. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go right now. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go. Gotta let me go, gotta let me go, gotta let me go, I'm out of here. I can do anything, fuck your opinions and energy. I finally got the epitome, my biggest hindrance was God can't do nothing but fail.